immediately organise food, clothing, shelter and medical care. Some 250,000 Belgian refugees found sanctuary across Britain during World War I, and this reflected the instinctive human compassion for others' desperation, a compassion built into our British sense of fairness. We see those values enduring in my constituency today in the activities of the local charity Napier Friends, who support residents at Napier Barracks. This local charity has achieved incredible things, running English classes and creating volunteer opportunities to help our local community, including litter picking and organising gleaning, which is essentially collecting extra local produce to donate to food banks for people who need that extra food. My recent Napier visit showed outstanding work both by Napier Friends and current staff, and I thank them for all their work and for their compassion that they show in doing it. The key question these petitions ask is simple. How should we treat people while they wait for their asylum decision from the UK government? It is this waiting time that costs the state money, because asylum applicants cannot work for the first 12 months. I think there is a strong argument to shorten this period to around 6 months, like France, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Spain, to ease pressure on the accommodation system. Mr Barnes told me that he doesn't want to throw asylum applicants out onto the street. He wants to end hotel use. He wants to speed up asylum processing. He wants us to be quicker at removing people with no right to stay. Yes.
Extremely grateful to my honourable friend for giving way and for his opening remarks. I too would like to put on the record the support I get from the Refugee Asylum Migration Partnership. The government has managed to get the number of people waiting for an initial decision down by 18% in the last year. That's good. But the number waiting for an appeal is up by 88%. 1 in 2 asylum seekers have no access at all to legal representation through their process. That is what is slowing it down. Would you agree with me that ensuring that asylum seekers get that representation is A, just, and B, will oil the wheels so we get people moved quicker?
I agree with the Right Honourable Member that we absolutely have to make sure that those seeking asylum have proper access to legal aid. It's actually much quicker and cheaper in the long run if you can flash out all of your claims at the outset so that you don't have them raised at the last minute when perhaps costs are higher. So I'm absolutely behind him on that. But on the points that Mr Barnes raised with me, I agree with him, and I would imagine so too does the government. Labour's manifesto promised to end hotel use by the end of this Parliament, and we are already well ahead of schedule. Hotel use, I'll come to the Honourable Member in a moment. Hotel use peaked in August 2023 at £9 million spent every day across 400 facilities. And since taking power, Labour has already cut hotel numbers in half and slashed £500 million yearly from asylum hotel costs, closing 23 asylum hotels. I will give way.
I think the honourable gentleman, and just on that point of his claim the government's making progress, does he expect the total number of nights spent in hotels by asylum seekers to be higher or lower this year than it was last year?
Well, I don't know what is going to happen. I can't predict the future, but the points I'm making are that the measures that are being taken are moving us faster in the right direction than even we had intended at the outset of the Parliament. Labour also promised to clear the asylum backlog created by the last government's effective pausing of asylum decision-making. And this Labour government has recruited more decision-makers and spread out processing. In the first 6 months of this year, the government processed about 60,000 asylum claims, around 70% more than the same period last year. And on removing those with no right to stay, enforced returns have been increased by 25% compared to the Conservatives' final years in office. But there is, of course, still so much more to do to win back public confidence in our asylum system. Mr Barnes supports the use of larger sites like Napier Barracks in Folkestone and former RAF Wethersfield. And I visited Napier recently, and while it has historically had poor conditions, they have improved in recent years. Napier costs the state around £106 a night, so less than hotels, albeit not drastically less. We should not also forget that the set-up costs for large sites are huge. In the case of Wethersfield, around £49 million. But the real alternative to hotels could be social housing. We must push for a better way than paying billions of pounds to private companies who make millions in profit when that money could be spent on buying up assets, replenishing our national housing stock for the future. The BBC reports that the Home Office is looking into pilot schemes on this front, and I think that any option that redirects even some of this accommodation expenditure into publicly owned housing assets while supporting the asylum accommodation, even temporarily, deserves serious attention. I will give way.
Just want to very quickly say that I understand we're having this debate because 427,000 people signed the petition, but I hope that they're never in the circumstances asylum seekers face themselves in. In terms of the accommodation, does he agree with me that as we're moving people out of hotels and into better facilities, community-based facilities, that we have wraparound support, health, education, particularly learning of English, legal support, and integration to our communities and learning about British culture?
I completely agree with the honourable member. I turn now to the issue of asylum support and make two key points. First, people claiming asylum cannot access the UK's mainstream benefit system. They receive initial accommodation for 90 days full board plus about £10 weekly. And after that, they move to longer-term housing and get around £49.18 a week for food, clothing and toiletries, which is much less than universal credit rates. Now, secondly, the UK's asylum support system is not a pull factor, as some, including Migration Watch, have claimed. The UK rate of £49.18 weekly barely beats France's €47.60, and add in illegal crossing costs from France, and the UK benefit system does not leave an adult male asylum seeker in a better position than in France. And evidence also shows that family, community and cultural connections matter far more than the benefit system. Now picture this, imagine that tomorrow we cut all asylum seeker financial support and close all asylum hotels. What would happen next? Well, without alternatives, this would increase rough sleeping by over 500%, with over 30,000 more destitute people on our streets. And this approach would clearly be immoral, and I trust that honourable members would agree. It would also pile massive pressure on social services, local authorities, NHS emergency services and the police. The petitioner's alternative to state support in the community is mass detention. Migration Watch also call for the detention of all asylum claimants, as their director told me in a conversation preparing for this debate last week. But let's think this through, Dr. Morrison. It would clearly be unlawful. It would also be humane, and it would also be financially ruinous and completely useless. There are about 102,000 people in UK asylum accommodation, but our immigration detention capacity is only 2,200. So we need a massive new detention facility expansion for immediate mass detention. And what would that cost? I'll give way in a moment. Based on Ministry of Justice prison expansion plans, the National Audit Office estimates that a single new prison place would cost at least $470,000, excluding land and other costs, and that's 47 billion for 100,000 detention places, which is about a third of the entire NHS budget. And on top of that, immigration detention costs are about £122 a day, which would make around £4.5 billion per year for that number of people. So clearly, detention at this scale would mean massive cuts to public services and huge tax rises. I will give way.
I think we'd all like to see an end to the use of hotels, which is both wasteful and very unpopular in local communities. However, the long-term solution to this, releasing pressure across the entire system, would the member agree that what we need is a proper returns agreement with as many countries as possible, but definitely France, such that we don't need to use any form of accommodation, large camps, hotels, nothing.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I mean, we did have a returns agreement with Europe before we withdrew from the European Union, which was a Dublin regulation. And it was only this government which negotiated a new agreement with France in the UK-France deal. And it's exactly that deal which is compliant with all the international obligations that we have, which is the potential way forward to solving the problem. I will take the intervention.
Sir Ashley Fox, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he accept that under the Dublin Convention, the United Kingdom was a net recipient of refugees?
Well, look, the reality is that if we don't have a mechanism in place, which was essentially jettisoned by the Conservative Party, there is no way of creating not just a deterrent, but actually a way of working with our colleagues in Europe to address these problems upstream. If we took the position of the Conservative Party, which was to withdraw from from the European Convention and other international instruments. Who is going to work with us upstream? France would not have signed that UK-France deal that was signed in the summer by the Prime Minister if we had been outside of the ECHR. It's Brexit 2.0 from the party opposite, and this party is offering serious alternatives which simply aren't being offered by anybody else. Now, I just want to come to this point, which is that what would mass detention actually achieve? Well, the answer is, Dr. Morrison, nothing at all. It would not make it easier to carry out removals because detention is already used for people who are ready for removal. Somebody with an outstanding asylum claim or who has no travel documents can't be removed anyway. And would mass detention stop people from coming? Well, that is highly doubtful. I think it's easy to underestimate how incredibly desperate many people are who are arriving on small boats. And we assume that deterrence will defeat desperation, but both the Rwanda gimmick and other populist plans assume too much, I think, about the psychology of the people making these dangerous journeys. So mass detention is easy to say, but actually it's just another gimmick, inhumane, extortionate, and I'm afraid completely pointless. Chair, during my recent visit to Napier Barracks, I met an Iranian teacher who said simply, "I just want to live safely." I believe that we can show compassion to give him that chance while keeping order and control in our asylum system. The government's current path of clearing the backlog, cutting hotel use, increasing removals where claims have been refused, deserve our full support. Most people simply want a fair, competent asylum system that commands both our conscience and our confidence. One processing, I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. He said he met an asylum seeker at Napier Barracks who said he just wanted to be safe. Assuming that they had come from France, did he investigate with that person why they were unsafe in France?
Well, look, the logic of that is that every country neighbouring a conflict zone should take all of our refugees. Now, that is an absurd proposition. We have to take our fair share of refugees. We take fewer than other European countries, and a responsible approach to this issue accepts that there isn't an obligation to claim asylum in any particular country. The question is whether we're taking our fair share and whether we're complying with our international obligations, which, as I've said, the UK-France deal will, if it can be scaled up, will achieve. But as I say, most people simply want a fair, competent asylum system, one that processes claims in months and not years, with a sustainable asylum support system, which ultimately upholds the values that make us who we are as a nation. Thank you.
Can I remind members that they should bob if they want to be called in the debate, as I see most colleagues are. The question is that this House has considered E-petitions 705383 and 718406 relating to support and accommodation for asylum seekers. I call Lincoln Jopp.
Thank you, Dr. Morrison. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. In my Spelthorne constituency, we have the Stanwell Hotel, which is currently an asylum hotel. I had been hearing through my mail bag that there was the potential for the Home Office to change its policy of use, because hitherto the capacity for families at the Stanwell Hotel was, I think, 114, and the families who were there had integrated well. They had gone to local schools, got involved in local churches, were undergoing, in some cases, medical treatment as a result of pre-existing conditions. There were some single people there, and I visited on the 3rd of this month and was told that there had been no history of poor interactions between single males and families. And so the residents of Trinity Close were very concerned because they had got wind of a rumour that the Stanwell Hotel was going to be reconfigured from families pretty much only to single males only. And so they asked me to try to find out. I wrote to the Home Office on 3 occasions, including asking about how long the contract had been signed for Stanwell Hotel. Sadly, the Home Office didn't reply to those letters, and I had to re-raise it with the Home Secretary in the floor of the House of Commons when I was assured that I would receive a response, including a date when I could visit, and then obviously all of the Home Office team were cleared out for reasons that I can speculate on, but the government will know. I did finally get a chance to visit on the 3rd of this month, and I spent 2 hours there, and I learned a number of things. Firstly, they hadn't quite transitioned to full capacity for single males, but they said it was going to take a matter of weeks. So it is possible that it has been done. This is to the great concern of local residents who much preferred it when it was a families only place because of its proximity to schools and its proximity to green spaces, which make Stanwell Village a pretty inappropriate place for 98 singles only. And so I went, saw the conditions that they were in. It's 2 to a room. And one of the things which really sort of got me, and I know that the party line on, or the government's line on this, is that they want to reduce the number of hotels, and so they're going to sweat the existing estate harder by putting more people into it. And so, in order to be able to close things down. And so I was, pretty aghast to find out that its capacity as a families-only hotel is way higher than when it gets used for single males. And so that didn't make much sense to me. I was, having written to the Home Office asking when the contract was going to end, I was told in a letter that that was not the sort of commercial information that it was customary to share. I was delighted to get a letter yesterday telling me, confirming that what I'd heard on the visit was correct and that the contract currently ends on the 31st of July next year. And so, meanwhile, behind the scenes, the local council have been trying to find out, as I have in parallel, what's been going on with it. The Conservative group on Spelthorne Borough Council actually proposed an amendment at an emergency general meeting calling for it to be returned to being a community hotel, which is exactly what the community want. It's the place where they went for weddings, funerals, playing cards in the afternoon, Sunday lunch, and that's what they want it to be again. And that's what the government policy is. And so I was fairly surprised that the Spelthorne Borough Council leadership, which is Independents, Liberals and Labour, all voted against returning it to being a community hotel, which is government policy. So that might be something that he wishes to follow up with his Labour councillors in Spelthorne. I will give way.
I mean this very sincerely. I commend him for taking the time to visit and to see for himself and to hear people's voices, and more of us and more colleagues should do that, in my opinion, before forming opinions. What he's talking about, obviously, is the use of a private asset for public purposes at the cost of public money. At the same time, those people in that hostel, in that hotel, will be on £9.95 a week. So they're not living the life of Riley, I'm sure he agrees. So the cost of the taxpayer and misery and hardship for the asylum seekers. Does he think that one answer to that is to give asylum seekers the right to work? So they could pay their own way, integrate better, it's better for them and their families, and it's better for the taxpayer.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his intervention. I think when President Macron visited here earlier in the year, he said that part of the problem was that there were far too many pull factors in Britain. And so giving people the right to work would, to my mind, be an increased pull factor. I personally think that, and the government would quite rightly, say, well, you didn't manage to do it either, but I would much prefer us to be able to control our borders, ab initio, so that we didn't have to face this problem of asylum hotels. I'd be delighted to.
I do want to underline the point I made in my speech, is that in France, there is a 6-month period before work is permitted, so there isn't that pull factor, certainly when it comes to that point.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. My point in highlighting the Stanwell Hotel is that I believe a number of the other contracts, it's a bit bigger than, I'm going to be a bit bigger than neighbourish, I'm afraid. I believe that a number of the other contracts run to 2 and 3 years longer than the one at the Stanwell Hotel. Given that it is government policy to close all asylum hotels within the period of this Parliament, can I just encourage the Minister to place at the top of that list the Stanwell Hotel, where not only is it not, it's obviously not going to be good to renegotiate a contract when you don't have to. If you're going to do it, if the government are going to do it all in the space of this Parliament, then they need to start somewhere. And I recommend that they start with the Stanwell Hotel in my Spelthorne constituency. I'd be delighted to give way.
I also draw that room's attention to my support I received from RAMP. 6 years ago, we didn't have asylum hotels in Sandwell or anywhere else, but we do now, and that's because the previous Conservative government signed contracts with private providers, which led to the mass increase of hotels. This government's policy is to reduce to zero the number of hotels. When he was engaging with his constituents, did he set out that it was his party's responsibility for opening them in the first place?
I think that my party's responsibility, although I wasn't here myself, is not just the signing of the contracts for the hotels, it's losing control of our borders in the first place. And I think that the government have said that they're going to get a control of those borders. Sadly, the numbers simply do not support that. And I wish that I didn't intervene on the honourable gentleman when he was moving the motion, but I was tempted to ask him how many have gone back to France on the one-in, one-out scheme. It isn't going to change the price of fish, okay? So I would encourage when the Minister is making his plan for the closure of the hotels, he should be aware that the Stanwell Hotel is now controversial, and the residents very much do not want it for single migrants, single male migrants only. They were very accommodating when it was families, and I fear that if it is not a high priority for closure, there could be drama in the offing, and so I would add it to his list of things to do, and I'm going to stand and make as much noise about it so that he wishes to shut me up by doing what I want.
Sana Begum.
My constituents voted for me to continue to oppose austerity, defend our local services, support survivors of violence, and press for urgent immigration reform that centres migrant rights, ensures legal protection, survivor support, and dignity in accommodation. That's why we've been alarmed by campaigns that are targeting asylum seekers being confined in hotels, including campaigns outside the Britannia Hotel in my constituency, which some of these campaigns claim to be a five-star hotel with a swimming pool, and I know it definitely not to be the case. Anti-racist campaigners have reported coordinated efforts to intimidate communities with flag-raising, anti-migrant chants and aggressive interventions in local debates, and even the filming of asylum seekers being transported to these hotels. Charities and specialist organisations are warning that such campaigns are leading to the dehumanising of asylum seekers and cultivating climates of fear and division. Mr. Chair, asylum seekers are men, women and children who are exercising their right to seek asylum after being forced to flee wars and persecutions. And I'm very proud of our long history serving as a refuge for spaces for immigrant communities. And Poplar Limehouse is a place where people fleeing persecution, seeking work or simply looking for a new start have found a home and built communities. In Poplar and Limehouse, we know it's not refugees and migrants, but austerity measures that have weakened local infrastructure and public services, leaving communities struggling with high costs and underfunded support, a situation that the far right frequently and unjustly blame on migrants and asylum seekers, despite repeated evidence to the contrary. And what is this evidence to the contrary when it comes to asylum seekers? Well, I will just touch upon a few in my remarks. Firstly, the UK's current system forces asylum seekers to wait over a year before they can apply for the right to work. And even then, they are restricted to jobs on the shortage occupation list, with many surviving on just less than £7 per day. And this contrasts sharply with other European nations, France, Spain, Germany, where asylum seekers gain the right to work after 3 to 6 months. And research by the NIESR just last year found that lifting the asylum seekers' work ban could reduce government expenditure by £6.7 billion annually. And I want to add that the Border Security and Asylum Asylum and Immigration Bill retains harmful policies, including expanded detention powers, and there was an amendment to lift the work ban, but it was defeated despite cross-party support. I believe that asylum seekers must be able to work unconditionally, because that surely would support integration, mental health, and overall the economy as well. The second point I want to make is that the UK lacks accessible, safe routes for refugees, forcing many into making those perilous journeys. A recent report just in February this year from the APPG on refugees found current routes to be inaccessible and inadequate. And the Border Security Bill itself introduces counter-terror style powers to criminalise smuggling networks, which risk prosecuting refugees. It's what campaigners have labelled an anti-refugee bill. Surely what we need is an expansion of safe routes and establishing emergency visa schemes and to repeal deterrent-based policies. And the last one that I'll mention, Mr. Chair, is the Restoring Control White Paper, which proposes extending the qualifying period for indefinite leave to remain from 5 years to 10 years, creating uncertainty for migrants. We know, along with this, the immigration health surcharge unfairly targets migrant workers. And, you know, people can't even get access to public funds anyway. But to believe that they are also being targeted through the immigration health charge means that it's essentially a punitive tax on people who are essential workers. I believe we need to abolish the charge and also reduce visa restrictions for care workers and also reject the White Paper's punitive measures as a whole. I really believe that the UK really must be aware of the need to uphold its moral and legal obligations to protect refugees and prioritise humanity over hostility in the immigration system. From ending indefinite leave detention to creating safe routes, we need policies that reflect our values of dignity and compassion. That's why I will continue to push back against toxic narratives and stand up for solidarity, truth, and the rights for all who live here, because this is in line with the traditions of solidarity in the East End of London, where we see diversity as a strength and where all of our communities include migrants from all around the world, where the Jewish communities and allies opposed fascists at the Battle of Cable Street in 1936, where the murder of Altab Ali brought people out on the streets, and where the Bangladeshi communities led the anti-fascist mobilization in the 1970s. And where the communities on the Isle of Dogs defeated division, intolerance and hate spread by the BNP in the 1990s. We know that hardship can be overcome, and it can be overcome collectively. That's why, as we look back on our rich history of welcoming refugees and migrants, we look to our present, fully aware that the far right are planning to target our area once again this week on Saturday, the 25th of October, amidst a rise in racist, Islamophobic and anti-Semitic attacks, where just a couple of years ago, more than 700 people were evacuated from the East London Mosque and the London Muslim Centre and nearby schools as well, following a bomb threat. We will stand together in defiance on Saturday, and we will say, no passaran, they shall not pass.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to serve under you. And I acknowledge the petitioners and their call for a cessation of financial and other support. But I rise to challenge the petition, I'm afraid. I want to thank the member for Folkestone and Hythe for his very learned contribution in opening this debate. And I want to begin by responding to people who believe asylum seekers are a problem in our local communities. Your real enemy does not arrive on these shores in a small boat wearing a life jacket. Your real enemy arrives in a private jet or in a big plane wearing designer clothes and expensive jewellery. Some of the real enemies of the people sit on the benches in this place and the other place. They appear on radio and TV selling falsehoods like snake oil salesmen. The SNP government in Scotland have been very clear. Labour must end the hostile environment for asylum seekers and deliver an effective and humane asylum system that meets the UK's international legal obligations. This means an end to accommodating asylum seekers in hotels as soon as possible. Politicians also need to end the ridiculous disinformation around these locations as being some form of luxury accommodation. As anyone who has visited such a facility, and the member for Spelthorne tells us that he will know it's nothing of the sort. Labour's proposals to consider using large industrial sites and military locations is equally concerning. These people have fled war, persecution, famine, drought and terrorism. Military bases are not acceptable, nor is a lack of support services which will exacerbate their problems, mental health problems often. Yes, I will.
I wonder how he reconciles his point with on the UK government when under the Homes for Ukraine scheme, the Scottish Government's policy was to house Ukrainian refugees in hotels across Scotland and indeed on cruise ships.
I thank the member for his intervention, but it's not quite the same thing that he's describing. Many asylum seekers have valuable skills and are keen to contribute to society and the economy. But it is Home Office dogma inherited from the Tories and driven by Reform UK which prevents them from doing so. The term illegal migrant is divisive, dehumanising and inaccurate. People are not illegal. The UK is a signatory to the 1951 UK Convention on Refugees and the supporting 1967 Protocol, meaning it has international legal obligations to recognise refugees in the UK, protect them and meet minimum treatment standards. Article 31 of the Convention gives refugees the right not to be punished for irregular entry into the territory of a contracting state. The UK is an island, and it does not allow people to apply for asylum from overseas. Similarly, there is no visa allowing people to enter the UK to make an asylum claim. People, of course, have the right to peaceful protest in a democracy, but the protests outside the hotels and the accompanying rhetoric have often gone far beyond what is acceptable. These protests are causing and creating a sense of real fear and alarm to people who have been through so much. Refugees must not be scapegoated. They should be treated as decent human beings and recognised for their potential as full members of our communities. Successive UK government's mismanagement of the asylum system is creating serious pressures for local authorities, especially Glasgow. The Scottish Government is making more than £115 million available in Glasgow to support the delivery of more social and affordable homes. But the Home Office must also urgently provide more financial assistance to enable local authorities to provide safety and sanctuary for people seeking asylum. UK ministers must also engage with the Scottish Government, who have called repeatedly on the Home Office to meet with them and with Glasgow City Council to no avail. In April, the Scottish Refugee Council invited Scotland's Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice to attend a roundtable meeting along with the Council and the UK Government. Disappointingly, UK Government ministers chose not to attend. Asylum seekers are not coming over here, taking all our jobs and our houses, living high on the hog and benefits, clogging up our GP surgeries and schools. These are the lies peddled by some politicians and wannabe leaders to distract us from the real issues that should concern people: the rising cost of living, sky-high energy bills and stagnating wages, while the rich go richer at the expense of the working men and women of this country, all the while distracting us. Look over here, get angry about this, instead of focusing on the real issues. Scotland and its people want to take a different path, a path that echoes the best traditions of our ancient Celtic people who prided themselves on providing hospitality and a welcome to the stranger. And the following facts might sit uncomfortably with the people in my constituency who signed this petition, but facts they are. Our birth rate is falling, our workforce size is declining, our older people are living longer and growing in number. Who will care for them? Who will treat them? Who will feed them? Pay taxes to run their public services? We need migrants to fill our labour shortages. Our health services need their skills, our social care teams need their help, our fishers and our fish processors need them urgently. Our farmers need them. Our hospitality and tourist industries need their help. So rather than closing our borders to all, let us find safe and legal routes for the asylum seeker. Let us make migration routes clearer, easier to understand, not harder. So to conclude, Dr. Murison, I have 4 requests of the Minister and of this Government. First of all, end the use of hotels. Secondly, provide safe and supportive accommodation. Thirdly, grant asylum seekers and their dependents the right to work. And finally, reframe messaging on migration in a more positive and humane way.
Chairship, we need to close the hotels, but as a Labour MP, let me make the progressive and moral case for doing so. Let me first talk about the current law. There's a very helpful House of Commons Library report setting out the law. The Home Office must provide accommodation that is adequate for people's needs. So as a parent, let me say why we must have concern for the living condition of children in asylum accommodation. In my view, hotels are not suitable living environments for asylum-seeking children and their families for longer-term stays. Think about what we're talking about here. Children sleeping where cockroaches scattered by, rats running next to children's faces as they slept. This happened in this country under the last government. And even today, we find that so many families are confined to small living spaces where the bed serves as the bedroom, the living room, the dining area, and the study space all at once. These are children in British primary schools. And I know of a personal case where an asylum-seeking child didn't have the space to store her disability equipment. And I've heard of testimonies of how toddlers have insufficient room to crawl, use a high chair, or go on their potty. These children, Dr. Morrison, they've fled war-torn countries. Is it their fault they're seeking asylum? Absolutely not. Do they deserve to live in unsuitable accommodation through no fault of their own? Absolutely not. Think back, though, to the performative cruelty of a certain minister in the last government who ordered painting over of child asylum unit murals. That is who they are. Let me talk about our government's dispersal strategy, because dispersal accommodation is more cost effective, but a central premise, I hope all of us can agree, is that dispersed accommodation is more appropriate for asylum-seeking families and children. And that, I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way, because I admitted to say that in Stanwell's case, all the families who were moved out of the hotel were simply moved to another hotel. And so, whilst I agree with him, he needs to know what his government are up to in order to make his case more strongly.
Well, I thank him for his intervention, and therefore I know he will welcome the government's plan to end the use of asylum hotels, and I hope he will join me in accepting the premise that dispersed accommodation, where it is more stable, where it is more community-based, is more suitable for children than the hotel that he speaks to in his own constituency. So closing the hotels has to be a progressive responsibility. But let me be clear about what the government has already achieved, bringing the number of asylum hotels down from over 400 to around 210 now, reducing the number of people in hotels, and let me just finish here. And at its worst under the Tories, this system cost the taxpayer £9 million a day. That's already been cut to £5.5 million a day. That's not a gimmick, that's delivery. So let me talk, though, about the scandal of profiteering, because the public is paying the price while private hotel companies and contractors profit. Let me be blunt about this. £180 million profit for one whole hotel company, while toilet roll was rationed, while asylum seekers were fed inedible, expired food, where families and children live with cockroaches, rodents, damp and mould. That is absolutely disgusting. And it is a disgrace, frankly, that taxpayer money under the last government was funding those hotels. And so it is absolutely right that we work to close them by 2029. I will.
He's making an excellent point around the reduction in the number of asylum seeker hotels from 400 to roughly 200 in the last 2 years. But he also makes a very important point about profit making. Does he agree with me that firms such as Serco have an obligation to be accountable, to be transparent and to be responsive to elected members in this place seeking to obtain information on behalf of their constituents, but also seeking to ensure that those placed into dispersed accommodation are ensure that they're kept safe, because all too often firms such as Serco, in my experience, are not responsive, transparent in a way that they should be.
Hear, 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 hear. Well, I thank the honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right that companies should be transparent about it, not only on a contractual basis with the government, but on a moral basis. We're a country of great compassion, and where contractors are profiteering from asylum accommodation for children, they've got to really embody the values we have of compassion in this great country. And to find that children are living in such terrible conditions, as has been raised by so many charities, let me say, as a former member of the Public Accounts Committee, it's actually also terrible value for money for the taxpayer as well. And the National Audit Office found that since 2019, 3 main accommodation providers have made nearly £400 million from asylum contracts. They're profiting from terrible conditions. That's not who we are. It's not what Britain should ever stand for. And that's why I'm proud that this government is committing to making this stop. And my right honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Ladywood, the Home Secretary, is going to fix this. And through the government's new dispersal strategy, we'll see the hotels closed and much more suitable dispersed accommodation for asylum-seeking children and their families will be made available. And I must come to Reform UK, Dr Morrison, because they can shout from the sidelines, and we haven't heard from the honourable member for Runcorn and Helsby today, the few ideas that they propose, and perhaps in her speech she'll answer one question, which is to say, when we are looking and interrogating Reform UK's plans, they're talking about the use of British overseas territories. And as someone who's visited the Falklands and other overseas territories, I find that deeply troubling, and I find it deeply unrealistic as well. So perhaps she will hopefully give some assurance when she rises today that Reform UK will be ruling out the use of the Falkland Islands from their asylum plans. Their proposal, Reform UK's proposal, to deport 600,000 people over 5 years, to abolish indefinite leave to remain. In fact, I believe that this idea is sadly currying favour on the opposition benches. The idea to abolish ILR and tear families apart, that's not policy, that's performative cruelty. They're fantasies that would rip this country apart, as the Prime Minister rightly said. Look, we are a country proud about our compassion when it comes to protecting refugee children through the ages. Britain's proud tradition of welcoming refugees is deeply rooted in our history, from sheltering Belgian refugees in World War I, rescuing Jewish children through the Kindertransport, and supporting Hungarians escaping Soviet oppression, even to more recently, in modern times, standing with Ukrainians fleeing war through bespoke visa schemes. This commitment embodies the very best of British values, reflecting our openness and humanity in times of crisis. Now, among those who found safety here was Freddie Mercury, a refugee from Zanzibar whose extraordinary talent transformed global music. Britain has also welcomed figures like Lord Alf Dubs, a Kindertransport child who became a prominent MP in this place. And Dua Lipa, her family fled conflict in the Balkans. Nobel laureate Sigmund Freud, whose ideas changed the world, and so many others. We are a tolerant and inclusive country that welcomes refugee families who are genuinely fleeing war and trauma. But we cannot go on as we are, and there is a compassionate and progressive reason why hotels must be closed, and so we must look with urgency to more suitable solutions, particularly for asylum-seeking children. We are closing the hotels, not with slogans, but with common sense and a serious plan grounded in compassion. We're overhauling the appeal system, introducing a new independent body with trained adjudicators to cut the waiting times back from 54 weeks to a statutory 24 weeks. We're reducing the asylum backlog, and we're committing, of course, to ending asylum hotels by 2029. Look, people are frustrated. My constituents are frustrated, and I get it. They should be angry about the reprehensible conditions so many children are being forced to live in. We must ensure there is suitable accommodation from asylum-seeking families with children. We're a kind, decent and compassionate country that wants to look after the genuine people who need it. But we don't want to line the pockets of hotel companies and other contractors in doing so when the conditions are unfair. So yes, we are closing the hotels with a serious plan. This is who we are. This is what Britain stands for.
Ford.
Chair. I can entirely understand where the petitioners are coming from, because after all, hotels are holiday accommodation. And for most people, the idea of spending a few days per week or per year in a hotel is desirable, if probably unaffordable, as things are at the moment. So I can completely understand the anger and the outrage that people have felt about hotels being paid for by the taxpayer for others to stay in them. But I want Dr. Morrison to point out in this speech that the issues of asylum seeking have been conflated with other migration supported by visas. And I want finally to talk to some issues around hotel accommodation and how alternatives might be found. A September 2025 Reuters report concluded that the UK media frames immigration overwhelmingly through the lens of illegality and crisis, giving disproportionate attention to small boat crossings relative to their scale. Legal migration is routinely lumped into that same narrative, and the distinction is blurred. And look at the numbers, you can see this very well. In the year ending March 25, the UK issued 875,000 work visas for work, for study, and for family purposes. Legal migration. Subtract from that number those leaving, and net migration is 431,000. Some really large figures at stake here. And in the same period, there were around 44,000 irregular arrivals, those arriving largely on small boats. So arrivals that were not supported by a visa were made up of about 5% of all new arrivals and 10% of net migration. Just a word, if I may, on those supported by visas. We're talking here about, in the health service and in care, 260,000 people working as doctors, nurses and care workers who were born outside the UK in our current health and social care system. Without legal migration supported by visas, our hospitals, our care homes, even some of our farms would simply grind to a halt.
Honourable friend,
I will.
I'm grateful to my honourable friends making a powerful point, and we desperately need people to come and work in our National Health Service, our care sectors. Would you agree with me that the case for legal working migrants, the case for refugees who genuinely need asylum, perhaps from Syria or Afghanistan, and the case for our communities who want stability, have been staggeringly undermined by the absolutely staggering incompetence of the asylum system, where waiting times for decisions have gone up to over a year, more like a year and a half in nearly 2/3 of all cases. And that incompetence is stirring division, is stirring disbelief, and needs to be addressed urgently.
Well, my honourable friend is entirely right. The government has to speed up decisions, has to cut backlogs, and it has to return those asylum seekers who are unsuccessful in their application and do not have a right to stay, and they have to do that swiftly.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a really powerful speech. The Conservatives and Nigel Farage created this crisis in small boat crossings. Before the botched Brexit deal, we had in effect a returns agreement with every other EU nation under the Dublin system, as my honourable friend for Horsham has already said. Now this government and the last struggle to manage a rise in small boat crossings. Does my honourable friend agree that the government must urgently negotiate more returns agreements with other EU countries?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for talking about Europe, because our European neighbours are contending with exactly the same problem that we are in this respect. And the longer that asylum seekers are drawn to the UK, they are then drawn into the European Union. So they and we have in our common interest addressing this particular issue. And I'll talk a little bit more about EU and European Union member states later in my speech. So pundits are blurring the two issues. And when people say that immigration is wrecking the economy, the truth is quite the reverse. According to the Office for Budget Responsibility, higher legal net migration is expected to raise our total GDP in this country by around 1.5% by 2028-29, and per person, the GDP per capita is likely to be raised by 0.8% by that time. Migrants arriving with visas tend to arrive in their prime working years, paying more in taxes than they take out in services. According to the Migration Advisory Committee, in 2022-23, the average skilled migrant made a net contribution of around £16,300 to UK public finances in their first year in the UK. So legal migration is a cornerstone of our economy, and it will be because of our ageing population for years to come. I will now address the migration through irregular routes, which is the focus of this debate, and in particular, the use of immigration hotels. In May 2025, the government noted it would spend £2.2 billion this financial year on migrant hotels. That is an eye-watering sum. It is, of course, part of the £1.28 trillion that the government spends each year, or over £1,200 billion. So we're talking here about less than 0.2% of public spending. But still, £2.2 billion is an enormous sum of money. The UK counts these domestic refugee costs as official development assistance. And the Commons Library reported that in 2024, a fifth of all foreign aid was spent domestically on hotels. This makes me really angry. I'm more angry than perhaps any of the petitioners on this point, because when we spend it here in the UK, we don't use it to its full effect and its full purchasing power. Think about what official development assistance has achieved for us in recent years. Between 2013 and 2019, the UK committed £400 million to the eradication of polio and helped vaccinate billions of children and led to Africa being declared polio-free in 2020. And these sorts of things are partly benevolent, but they are also in Britain's interest. During the 2014 to 2016 Ebola outbreak, the UK provided £427 million in aid to Sierra Leone to address Ebola. Had that arrived on these shores, we can be certain that we would have had to spend so much more in addressing what is an absolutely appalling disease. Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Is he saying that it's Liberal Democrat policy that asylum costs should not come out of the foreign aid budget?
I'm of the view that asylum hotels should not be paid for by the foreign aid budget. And we have, in this country, an international development budget that has fallen from 0.7% when my party was in government with his, to 0.3% today. And I think that that is a great pity. And honestly, I think it's not aiding us in preventing conflict and is not helping to deal with the problem at source. Consider, we used to have a scheme from 2014 to 2015, the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, set up by the coalition government. It brought 20,000 of the most vulnerable refugees, survivors of torture, of violence, to the UK, but it did so in a way that was safe and legal. These people were assessed by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees for their suitability. We're talking about women and children at risk, those in severe medical need, survivors of torture. These were people here who didn't try to get to the UK through Europe because they were assessed for their vulnerability and suitability in the region, in Jordan, in Lebanon, and in Turkey. Remember, in 2015,
the vulnerable 3-year-old, Alan Kurdi, the refugee whose fragile body washed up on a beach, waves lapped into his dead face. A lot of people had a lot of sympathy at that time for taking asylum seekers who were in genuine need through a safe and legal route. Today, we do need to think about deterring illegal ways of approaching the UK. And Britain should work with neighbouring countries and look to collaborate with it on potentially having a proposed third country where perhaps failed asylum seekers are processed overseas, possibly in Southeast Europe. This is something that EU member states are looking at the moment at. Unsuccessful applicants could appeal from third countries rather than from within the UK or from within the EU, as is happening right now. We should work with our European partners so that we can find a continent-wide solution, because we're not going to be able to solve this, the UK alone. And while such schemes may act as an incentive for people to apply from their own region, we do also need to think about a deterrent. And I was wholly opposed to the Rwanda scheme that was brought forward by the Conservative government at the cost of £700 million and then scrapped. I think more could be made of the fact that people are coming to a pretty appalling end in the English Channel. The Migration Observatory reports that 73 people were confirmed to have drowned in the English Channel attempting small boat crossings in 2024. The RNLI recalled rescuing children with chemical burns from leaked petrol and others so frozen that they couldn't walk because they'd spent 30 hours at sea. A Home Affairs Committee report found in 2022 that smugglers deceive migrants, downplay the risks and downplay the danger. And more could be made of this. Now, under the last government, there was a...
The gentleman has been going on considerably longer than other colleagues. He may like to give some reflection to that.
I'll move to conclude, Dr. Morrison. Thank you. Legal migration builds our economy, it staffs our hospital and it staffs our care homes. Crossings by people who don't have a visa is damaging trust in government. And a builder put it quite simply to me in recent months. The last government promised to stop the boats, and the opposite happened. And he said he had lost faith in government as a result. So we need to stop these dangerous crossings, and we need to restore order to a broken asylum system. This means investing in safe, legal routes and working with our European allies and partners on shared solutions, communicating the truth about the dangers of crossing the Channel to those who try to cross. If we do that, we can protect our borders, protect our values, and uphold the compassionate, common-sense country that we are. Thank you.
AD.
I wanted to start my remarks by saying this clearly and plainly, that people who are fleeing war, famine, persecution and life-threatening situations are fully deserving of our compassion and support. And I fear sometimes when we have these debates, it sounds as if we've lost our humanity, our empathy and our compassion. And despite what is commonly stated by far-right figures on social media and parroted by the media and some political figures, many of those we are currently discussing are people who are fleeing awful situations that many of us can only begin to imagine. And many of their stories are lost in this debate and are overshadowed by claims that they are trying to somehow cheat the system. But this is simply not true. And we know this to be the case because almost half of the applications for asylum submitted in 2024 were accepted after the initial application. Of the other half, over 50% of them were granted after appeal. So the overwhelming majority of those seeking asylum in the UK have a legitimate claim within the law to be here. And for clarification, that means they are not illegal. The UK has a duty under international law to accept and process asylum claims. We receive far more than far less than other European countries, which the point that someone else has already made today. And as a signatory of the 1951 UN Refugee Convention, we must comply with that obligation. And I'm sure there are those that would want to withdraw us from that convention, and I hope the day never comes where those people have the power to do so. We also have an obligation under our own legislation, under the Immigration and Asylum Act of 1999, to house those seeking asylum whilst they await the outcome of their application. And during this time, asylum seekers are not allowed to work. Many of them would want to. Many of them have overcome traumas as travel to the UK because they want to make a better life for themselves and for their families, but it's our own laws that prevent them from doing so. According to Refugee Action, at the end of 2024, 124,802 people were waiting for an initial asylum decision, with 73,866 waiting for over 6 months. This is unnecessary, and whilst we have sped this up slightly under the new government, we have to recognise that there are some countries to which we are never going to send people back to at the moment. So why would we not make a faster claim in that respect? It doesn't make sense making them wait, because while they wait, they are unable to work, meaning that the economy is missing out on hundreds of millions every year that they could do from tax and national insurance contributions. And if we really wanted to reduce the cost of housing and financial support for those seeking asylum, we could quite simply give them the right to work and adequately staff the Home Office to handle these claims. We could give local authorities all of those millions that we're currently sending to people in private companies to build and buy social housing, which I was really pleased to hear my honourable friend mention in his opening today. These are simple solutions that we could implement and will be much easier to implement than the current situation that we have. But I fear that those are not chosen because it fits this narrative better that has become so popular in our current discourse, to say that we're going to ban people from claiming asylum if they came here through so-called illegal means, despite the fact that there are no safe and legal routes for them to do so. And we're going to house people in far worse conditions than they're already being housed, all while private companies profit from this. And, you know, and I think that's the wrong narrative. We need to make a positive case for this and actually just be clear that it's the system that is the issue, not the people. And I just want to address the deeply misleading notion that asylum seekers are staying in luxury accommodation, which I've been very pleased to hear colleagues address today already, in so-called five-star hotels and being given a top-tier service. This couldn't be further from the truth. I've visited various different types of accommodation across the country and in London, housing asylum seekers. There's nothing luxurious about it. Cramped rooms with one family to a single room, typically not well kept, and a standard below what anyone would deem acceptable. And many have had infestations of bed bugs, cockroaches and other vermin. Nor this idea that asylum seekers are being given hundreds of pounds each a week to help pay for the luxury lifestyle some would like us to have believed that they are currently living. In a family sense, and I'm talking about a vulnerable family seeking asylum, they're just giving a measly £5.84 to live on per day. That is for one family. This is not a large amount. That's just over £40 a week, hardly a luxury lifestyle. And finally, I want to end on this point. The very notion that those who are seeking asylum and refugees make up a significant proportion of people coming to the UK is false. In fact, the opposite of true. Too often, those on other visas are conflated with those seeking asylum just to help create this very negative narrative. So when we are having these discussions, it would be really helpful for others to highlight that we are talking about a very, very small proportion of people in the UK's overall immigration figures, and that this crisis is very much fabricated, and that actually we have that legal and moral duty, and we should be meeting it instead of fueling this really false narrative even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morrison. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I welcome this debate on the support and accommodation provided to asylum seekers. My constituents are angry at seeing increasing number of people crossing the Channel in small boats, then being rescued by the Royal Navy and brought to Britain, and then being housed in hotels at taxpayers' expense. Before the election, Labour repeated the mantra that they would smash the gangs to solve this problem. They presented it as though there was some mysterious solution to cracking down on people smugglers that simply wasn't being pursued by the previous government. But in the year since their election, we can see that the problem is getting worse, not better. The number of people crossing the Channel is up by 50% on last year. And this failure to control our borders makes our country look impotent. I will give, yes.
On that point, the Home Affairs Committee last week heard evidence from the new Border Security Commander, Martin Hewitt, who told us that he was doing work to bring together different parts of government to focus on cross-border crossings as a kind of organised crime similar to terrorism. And when I pushed him specifically on the point of whether this is new or if it had been happening anywhere under the previous government, he was very clear that this was a new way of doing things. Does the Honourable Gentleman know more than the Border Security Commander about this?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and I hope the government's policy is successful. It's just that in the 12 months since they took office, the problem has got worse by 50%, and I'll explain why. The large number of young men we see crossing the Channel in small boats are not refugees. They are economic migrants. Yeah. They have reached and travelled through several safe countries before reaching Calais. Yep. Yep. And the reason that people are prepared to pay to cross the Channel in a small boat is they know that having reached Britain, there is virtually no prospect of them ever being deported. This government is guilty of self-harm in closing the Rwanda scheme before it started. Had the scheme been allowed to operate, and large numbers of those crossing the Channel had been deported to Rwanda, this would have broken the economic model of the people smugglers. Instead, Labour lets them stay indefinitely. Labour is increasing the use of hotels in town centres. 29,585 in hotels in June 24, now at 32,059. The numbers are going in the wrong direction. And we cannot allow this to continue. We should close the asylum hotels and deport illegal migrants. I will.
Does the honourable member accept that it was under his government that asylum applications were essentially paused, which caused a huge knock-on effect for accommodation costs and numbers of people that had to be accommodated, which has caused the crisis that we're in?
And of course, this is part of creating a deterrent in which you say to those crossing the Channel, if you enter the country illegally, you will not be entitled to claim asylum, and you will then be transferred to a third country. And interestingly, the European Union is now exploring that, and the facilities in Rwanda are currently being used by the United States. So other countries understand the need for a deterrent. If we want to reduce the number of refugees in hotels and temporary accommodation, then we need to change the way we deal with refugees. In my view, Parliament should decide how many refugees Britain accepts each year, exactly as we did with the Syrian scheme. And we should then provide a safe and legal route for those refugees, people taken exclusively from UN refugee camps. At present, we have the morally repugnant situation whereby there are millions of people sitting in refugee camps around the world with no prospect of being rehomed, while those who jump the queue and pay money to get into a small boat are given licence to live in Britain forever. Does the Minister think that is moral? This creates a perverse incentive that puts lives at risk, funds organised crime, and stops us controlling those we let into our country. This government must reintroduce the deterrent of deporting illegal migrants if it is ever to solve the small boats problem.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Dr. Morrison. Let's be in no doubt. I think no one in this place believes that the use of hotels to house asylum seekers awaiting immigration decisions are acceptable. It's bad for the taxpayer, it's bad for our communities, and it's ultimately bad for the asylum seekers themselves. And we've heard really terrible stories about the conditions that many asylum seekers face in the accommodation today. I'm pleased that this government has therefore pledged to end the use of asylum hotels in this Parliament, and rightly so. The use of hotels, however, is a symptom of broader, systematic failure of our migration system. And under the last government, the asylum system descended into chaos. The backlog of asylum cases of people waiting to be considered reached a historic high in the tens of thousands and asylum hotels popped up in many communities used to house those asylum seekers waiting to be processed, including in Hillingdon. And at its peak in 2023, in autumn, there were 400 hotels in use at the cost of almost £9 million a day. The UK has a proud history of opening our doors to those fleeing violence and persecution, from the Jewish communities who found their home here during the Second World War. In my own constituency in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, many Polish service personnel came, joined our Air Force, worked alongside the RAF and fought the Nazi tyranny. And the Polish War Memorial stands today in South Ruislip, remembering their contribution to humanity. To more recently, the Ukrainians who settled in our towns and villages and cities fleeing the Russian invasion, including many Ukrainian asylum seekers in my own constituency. Migration is part of our national story, and it has enriched the lives of so many of our constituents in so many ways, and I regularly see that in my own constituency. We all want an immigration system to work fairly and effectively, including those who've come to the UK and called it home themselves. We want a system that's able to promptly turn away those with no right to be here, whilst also treating genuine asylum seekers with the compassion and respect that they truly deserve. I know that the government is absolutely committed to restoring order to our asylum system and ending the reliance on hotels, and that will require rapid action to increase the pace of decision making and the removals of those who are found to be here without due legal course. And I'm pleased that the government has made substantial progress in reducing this historic backlog. From January to March 2025, we saw the second highest number of initial decisions taken since records began in 2002. And this was more than double the numbers taken in the 3 months before the election. At the same time, the government's new immigration enforcement programme has increased the number of people removed who have no right to be here, reaching 30,000 people on flights out of the UK up to the 18th of March 2025. I understand the frustration that many people in Uxbridge and South Ruislip have over the pace of change. I share these concerns myself. With almost 3,000 asylum seekers in hotels in Hillingdon, the #1 local authority affected by asylum hotels in the country, we feel the impacts acutely locally, and I hope moving forward that the Home Office will continue and will increase its joint working with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to properly resource local communities, local councils and local services, will ensure the better management of hotels. We've heard, for instance, the profit making, the terrible stories of the contractors failing to live up to their responsibilities. And I hear those cases myself locally, time in, time out, from partners in the community and those in hotels themselves. We have to hold the contractors to account for the services they are being paid good public money for. And we also, I hope, will improve and increase our work with the voluntary and community sector, who are stepping up and stepping in and providing a significant amount of support in these difficult circumstances, in increasingly very difficult and hostile conditions. A number of voluntary and community sector organisations have recently been targeted by protests, some violent, extreme protesters threatening abuse, violence and even arson to local community organisations who provide vital support to refugees and asylum seekers, which is clearly unacceptable, illegal and must be addressed. I think it's also important that we provide accurate information in the public domain, and as public officials we seek to lower the temperature, focus on practical solutions and working together to solve this shared long-term issue. Unfortunately, in my own community, our council, rather than do this, has actually hidden behind misinformation, has used public resources to amplify fear and disinformation, hiding behind asylum seekers and refugees for its own financial failings, putting out communications with public money, blaming decisions such as removing free garden waste collections, linking those directly with asylum seeker pressures, which is clearly not the case, is not true and is not helpful. The council's own public financial documents by its independent officers show that the reason the council is approaching bankruptcy is because of long-term funding pressures to local government, particularly from the last government underfunding councils, of which they said very little about at the time. I wonder why. It is because of social care pressures, children's services pressures and temporary accommodation pressures which local government are facing, and financial mismanagement by this council, by that council, as well as some immigration pressures. It's vital that we all seek to be based on facts, full and frank information at this time when temperatures are rising, when hate is being fuelled, and many of my constituents who've been here for many years, many of whom were born here, are increasingly facing violence, hatred and abuse in their own communities. Moving forward, I hope that we will close the hotels as quickly as possible. We will do so in an effective way. I think it's right comments have been made today that we simply cannot rush forward with simple solutions to this complex problem. We cannot close all the hotels today, as doing so would simply translate into a homelessness and rough sleeping crisis in our communities, sending many thousands of men, women and children onto our streets, which is clearly morally, legally and practically terrible for our towns and communities. This government is making progress. I would like to see us do so as quickly as possible, and I'd like to assure my constituents in Uxbridge and South Ruislip that I understand the seriousness of this matter. I'm completely supportive of the government's efforts to get a grip of the asylum system, to ensure that it is just, that it is efficient and that it shares responsibilities fairly across the country. Thank you.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Dr. Morrison, and it's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I commend those who have signed these two petitions today, which brings this debate to Westminster Hall. 461 of my residents of my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby signed the petition to shut down the migrant hotels and deport illegal migrants, and 871 residents of Runcorn and Helsby signed the petition to stop financial support to asylum seekers. And I think this shows how fed up certainly my residents are and people are across the country with this issue. Make no mistake, this is the biggest issue that this country is facing at the moment. We talk about our proud history of accommodating and looking after asylum seekers, and that is true. But this is different. We are now facing an invasion, we are facing a national security issue and a national emergency. The current cost to the taxpayer of housing asylum seekers in hotels is estimated to be £6 million a day. This figure is probably way below what it's actually costing us. It is well publicised that asylum seekers in these hotels are receiving not only free accommodation, but free food, 3 meals a day, free pocket money, free cinema tickets, in my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby, free driving lessons, free mobile phones, and free anything else. I shall not give way. We have all seen pictures of asylum seekers hanging out of windows, laughing at the peaceful protests below. This leaves a sour taste in the mouths of the British taxpayer. We know that other European countries are laughing at us with our ridiculously generous asylum policy and waving asylum seekers through to our shores. We know, we will know that the Americans are despairing at our asylum seeker policies and are watching our country being overrun. The only people that don't seem concerned is this government. How does this make us look to the world, and how does it make our loyal British citizens feel? Well, I will tell you. It makes us look weak. It makes us look like we do not put the British people first, and this has to change. The British people have had enough of seeing their hard-earned money being spent on people who have no right to be here. Financial assistance to these illegal migrants must stop. All illegal migrants currently in this country need to be deported. That is the starting principle of reform policy, and they will never... I'll give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Reform UK have mooted the idea of using British Overseas Territories as part of their asylum processing plans. Would she use this occasion now to rule out any asylum processing ever taking place in the Falklands or Gibraltar as part of Reform UK's policies?
I thank my right honourable friend. No, I will not rule out any possible policy. As I say, no, I'm going to continue. I've given way once. Anyone that has come to this country illegally will never be entitled to claim asylum here again. I'm just make a little bit of progress. The immediate action needs to be that all these hotels are closed to illegal migrants, that they are moved out of the community into holding centres to be processed and sent home. The conditions in which they are held in these processing centres will be humane but not luxurious. There will be no free tickets to theme parks, no free trips out into the community. I had an asylum hotel, the Daresbury Hotel, in my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby. My campaign in the recent by-election saw this hotel eventually shut down. But the implications of shutting these hotels are that these illegal migrants are dispersed in houses of multiple occupancy in our communities. In Runcorn, we have approximately 900 illegal migrants in 80 HMOs that we know about. Once in these HMOs, they are lost to the authorities and yet still live free at the taxpayer's expense. I will.
So I think the logic of what she's saying is that you would detain everybody, 102,000 people who are currently in asylum accommodation, that you would just put in a detention centre. I mean, you accept that that's going to cost you around £47 billion, and that's not credible at all, is it?
I accept that we have to start doing something radical that sends a message that will stop people coming to this country and stop the pull factors that send people to our shores.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to continue. So, as I was going to say, we have to stop the incentives to come to this country. We need to protect the public, and particularly women and girls, from these sexually active young men currently free to roam our streets. We need to, no, I'm nearly finished. We need to prioritise our own citizens and stop this betrayal of our culture and our country. And to finish, I would like to make this observation. The Home Office has just put out a contract to tender for the I can't read my own writing now, but for asylum support and accommodation services to run from 2029 to 2036. So clearly, the government has no plans to stop these hotels and are in fact facilitating them. It's there, you can shake your head, it's there online. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to serve on your chairmanship, and I would like to commend the 1,600 Hartlepool constituents who signed the two petitions that we are debating today. Asylum accommodation is an issue that stirs emotions, and for very good reason. Too often legitimate concerns are dismissed as being racist or right-wing, and nothing could be further from the truth. And let me be clear, there are indeed those who would seek to sow division, who want to weaponise the issue to incite hatred to further their own political careers. But for the vast majority of people, being worried about a broken system is not racist, it's not right-wing, it's simply common sense concerns. People are concerned about their communities, their housing, their public services, and the fairness that underpins our country. Those concerns deserve to be heard and treated with respect. When I was first elected, my constituency of Hartlepool had one of the highest rates of dispersed asylum accommodation in the region. Hartlepool has never had a hotel for the use of asylum, but we do have housing bought up by the Home Office contractor Mears, concentrated in our town centre. Homes that could have gone to local families are instead taken for temporary placements. This system that we inherited of outsourcing to private companies more interested in profits than they are in people hardwired unfairness into the asylum process. And I would make this plea to the Minister: please do not renew these contracts that targeted deprived communities because of their housing costs. And let me be further clear, we must always play our part. A decent, confident country will always look to help the vulnerable. And it is worth noting that in 2024, the UK had fewer asylum applications than Germany, France, Italy, or Spain. But fairness matters. 46 asylum seekers for every 10,000 people in Hartlepool, compared to just 9 per 10,000 in neighbouring County Durham, is simply not fair. Our town has seen major services leave over the past decade. A&E closed in 2011 under the Tories. Our custody suite closed in 2019 under the Tories. Our council services slashed by the Tories, schools underfunded by the Tories, and yet we have borne a disproportionate share of responsibility for asylum thanks to the Tories. So I took this issue directly to Mears and the Home Office last March, and I argued that our town could no longer be expected to take the burden of unfairness that this system had produced. And they agreed, and they confirmed that no new properties will be procured in Hartlepool for the asylum process, and existing ones will close gradually, and we've already seen a drop of 5%. Because sending vulnerable people to a place where NHS dental appointments are as rare as unicorns helps no one, not the asylum seeker and not those needing those already stretched services. And the system can work, and I want to give one example of where the results are extraordinary. The Salam Centre in Hartlepool, led by the magnificent Nancy Pout, supports asylum seekers becoming integrated into our town. I've personally witnessed the compassion and decency at the heart of that organisation, with asylum seekers volunteering to give back to our community. And when those riots took place last year, led by thugs and criminals attacking local businesses and destroying Hartlepool property, it was the Salam Centre and their army of volunteers that took to the streets the next morning to clean up the mess. And it's their volunteers and staff who come together time and time again to work together as an integrated community, celebrating our achievements. The message is simple. We cannot impose further pressure on deprived communities that are already struggling. And let's also be honest. Those posing as asylum seekers for economic gain damage trust and make life harder for genuine refugees. That must also be addressed. If you have no right to be here, you must be removed. But this debate should not be about being for or against asylum. It should be about fairness. Fairness for those seeking refuge and fairness for the communities asked to do their bit to host them.
We're going to remember you way.
I will certainly give way. I was on my last sentence, but go for it.
Just caught the honourable member. I'm most grateful. And he speaks passionately about a great town of Hartlepool that I know well. I think he's made a very key point here, which is that we've actually always been a very compassionate nation towards the genuine asylum seekers. And actually, under the previous Labour government some 20 years ago, the average number of asylum seekers was in the order of 20 to 30,000 a year, a number that could be, and they came legally. And this is the crux of it, that they came under leaf and safe routes, legal and safe routes, and that the country could absorb it. So does he accept my observation? You make the point about fairness. The current system is unfair, and too many of those now coming illegally are actually economic migrants as opposed to genuine asylum seekers.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. He does know my constituency quite well. I wouldn't say very well. We're all honest about it, the short period of time we spent there. Look, he makes an interesting point. This is the second time that we've interacted on this, and he has eulogised about the previous Labour government, and I welcome that, obviously, once more. And I also welcome the point he makes about advocating for free and safe routes. I hope that is now reform policy. There's going to be free and safe routes. I look forward to it. But he is right. The system is unfair. The system is broken. The system incentivises perverse behaviour and perverse levels of pressure on communities like mine. And if we get the balance right, and this is the critical thing, if we get the balance right in our system, then we will see stories of integration and hope. The current system leaves communities feeling abandoned and overwhelmed, and that cannot continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. your chairmanship. I'd like to begin by thanking the hundreds of Mid-Leicestershire residents that have taken the time to sign these 2 petitions. And I want to speak directly to them, each and every one of them. You are absolutely right to sign, and you should not feel ashamed for doing so, feel belittled, or even embarrassed for doing so. Your views come from a deep sense of national pride, a strong belief in the rule of law, and above all, a commitment to fairness. They reflect a widespread feeling that the immigration system is failing. It's failing law-abiding British citizens, the British taxpayer, and the integrity of our borders. And we in this place must do better. And today I proudly stand with my constituents who deserve better. It is deeply disrespectful to the hard-working families in Mid-Leicestershire and across the UK who get up early, work long hours, pay their taxes and contribute to society, only to see individuals who come here illegally, staying in hotels with access to free meals a day, healthcare, and all the other benefits. Meanwhile, my constituents who are struggling with the cost of living and watching their purse strings tighten month after month, this is not sustainable and is simply not fair. So, John, we must put an end to this open-door policy, a policy that is placing unbearable pressure on our welfare system, our public services and our communities. We must close the hotels and deport those that are taking advantage of our system. It really is that simple. We just need a government with the gumption to do it. We cannot, as a country, continue to spend £6 million every single day on these hotels. Our once great nation, the nation of the NHS, world-class education, the rule of law, is choosing to spend billions on illegal migrants, money that could be better invested in our schools, our police, our hospitals. Those hotels that once welcomed tourists to showcase the best of Britain are now occupied by individuals who, in many cases, have no respect for our borders, our culture, or our rule of law. And all while we see veterans sleeping on the streets, local economies dying, and housing waiting lists growing rapidly, the system simply is not fair. And is not what the British people voted for. And what did we get in response to this petition from the government? Bluster, whataboutery, and a response, and a government response that clearly doesn't understand. Governments of all colours have made mistakes on migration over the past 40 years. Many new MPs, particularly on the Conservative benches, have articulated this point brilliantly to those members who are in the House before us. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition gets it and has a plan. Firstly, we will end the endless lawfare surrounding illegal migration. And then, as some members have expressed, deport, deport, deport. It really is that simple. The Conservative Party is united in its commitment to leave the European Convention on Human Rights, leave the European Convention Against Trafficking, and repeal the Human Rights Act. I'll give way.
Agree that the idea that withdrawing from these conventions is actually going to make that thing easier, because there's no basis for saying that. The truth is that you need those agreements to actually solve the problem, like the deal with France is the start of this process of actually having a returns agreement again.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and many of those agreements were established 50, 60, 70 years ago. A completely different world. They're completely outdated and not applicable to modern Britain. And in regards to his comment about the returns agreement, as has been mentioned by some other honourable members, when that was in place before Brexit, we were a net recipient. We were a net recipient. So his argument simply does not hold water. These outdated frameworks, time and time again, have been used by activist do-gooders to block any form of deportations. We will never have control of our borders,
and do what the petitioners have asked for until we leave these conventions. A clean withdrawal from them will enable a future government to act in a tough but fair manner for the people of Great Britain. We will not be deterred by woke protests or sneering lectures from the chattering classes. We will secure our borders. We will restore fairness. And that's not all. A future government will establish, a future Conservative government will establish a dedicated removal force, one with real power and financial backing. This force will deport all illegal migrants within 7 days of arrival to ensure foreign criminals have no place in the UK and stop economic migrants abusing our system. Ultimately, we must put the British people first and restore fairness to the system. And yes, my words today have been direct. They have been stark. And that is because every petitioner from my constituency have had enough. I've had enough. And it's time to stop the lawfare, deport those who have no right to be here, and restore confidence and fairness to our immigration system.
Kevin Bonavera.
Thank you, Sir John. It is a pleasure to serve under your chairship today, and I'm also grateful to my honourable friend, the Member for Folkestone, for leading today's debate. I think all of us in this chamber today are agreed on one point. Hotels are simply not the right places to house anyone seeking asylum. They are used as hostels. They also are in areas which people feel very uncomfortable about. That is all clear to us. They are not homes. They do not offer the stability or dignity that people need to rebuild their lives. But nor do they allow for proper access to the services or integration into our communities that many of them wish to contribute to. The impact, as we've heard from many members, is felt locally. Public services are under pressure. Hard-working local taxpayers feel left out of the conversation. Those seeking asylum, often having fled conflict, persecution and trauma, are left in a state of uncertainty and unable to move forward with their lives. Tension is rising. Protests ensue. Fear is stoked. Concerns are weaponised. Communities feel demonised, and the dream of a tolerant, diverse Britain that we know and love comes under threat. But let me be clear, I will not and I will never be the type of politician that only exists to be against something. Neither I nor many members in this House came into politics to cause tension, stoke fear and weaponise concerns. That is the cheap and easy route, promising the quick fantasy fix. That is the politics of weakness. I came into politics to get stuck into the difficult business of being for a solution. So it can be the case that I both reject the use of hotels for asylum seekers and understand concerns about managing immigration levels fairly, while also rejecting those that wish to spin this broken record for votes until the sun goes down. It is time to roll up our sleeves collectively and fix this mess together. Let me remind all members here today that the previous Conservative government created this problem. We heard the Honourable Member of Bridgewater, who is no longer in his place, talk about the Rwanda scheme only. Happily do so.
I'm most grateful because he speaks passionately about all of us being keen to close down the hotels, including in my constituency of Boston and Skegness. He talks about being for things.
Yes.
So is he for moving asylum seekers who are here illegally into houses of multiple occupation, or is he for moving them into processing centres, such as reforms suggest, in remote locations?
Well, I'm for, as I will come to later in my remarks, I'm for reducing and speeding up the whole processing system and finding a more appropriate places rather than hotels. And there are a multitude of those. And this government, I'm sure the Minister will set out where we get to on that. But the point is this, is that we should all be agreed we need to have a fair system It needs to be fast, and it needs to actually deal with genuine asylum seekers, and that, unfortunately, is a broken system we currently have. But returning to what the previous Conservative government was apparently trying to do with its Rwanda system, well, they never gave us the chance. They never gave themselves a chance to see that one through. They knew perfectly well it wasn't working out, and they got themselves into all kinds of knots. And we then hear calls for leaving conventions. Look, you don't like one, you blame the European Union. Well, we've left the European Union with our hard Brexit, immigration's gone up. So let's go and find something else. European Convention on Human Rights. When that's not working, what will it be next then? Refugee Convention. Oh, and while we throw all those rights out the door, well, we don't need any of that stuff. Who cares about, life, freedom from torture? Who cares about these rights for all of us in this country? That, just talking about so-called outdated laws is not the solution. We need far more practical solutions. The answer is to cooperate with our neighbours when this is not a British problem. This is a European and worldwide problem. And if we treat it as a British problem, we will never, ever get that solution. And then we have the other members in this room who seek to weaponise this for their own ends. It suits them to scaremonger about what is happening. I attempted to intervene at the Honourable Member for Runcorn and Helsby because I was going to ask her, where is her evidence? Where is her evidence for all of this, eh? Because that is what's happening. Those of us who deal and try and look at the facts, we are dealing with fake news. I get people on media who won't look at mainstream media, who won't trust journalists who look for second sources, but they'll happily share a faked video and send it all through. That is what is happening now. That is what the fear-mongering and the scaremongering that is coming from parties like Reform that thrive on division and hate. And so give me evidence. That is all I ask. Genuine evidence, not the fake news that we get on social media with all these fake videos that is going out there. I instead welcome a much more sensible and practical approach that this government is bringing to bear. The British people are a practical and pragmatic people that believe in fairness, and so does this Labour government. That is why I welcome the beginning of the returns agreement with our neighbour France. France has a major issue with illegal migration and asylum as well. So does Germany. So does the country I was born in Malta as well. People say we live in a small island. Malta's a small island, right? Much smaller than here. So this isn't just a British problem. We have to work together to find solutions, rather than running away from rules and clubs because we don't like it, so we won't play that game. So that agreement, France, that signals a more constructive approach. What is needed is cooperation, because we have a shared responsibility. And that initiative is not a silver bullet. Of course it isn't. But it is a practical step forward. Unlike using our overseas territories to host people, we had the Honourable Member for Runcorn not rule out the use of the Falklands. Islands that we fought for so hard in 1982 against that Argentinian invasion, now apparently going to be used for dispersion. Didn't rule it out when she was asked to do so. Did not rule it out.
Literally said you would rule it out.
Under consideration. All right. Well, let's speak to our literally said
right. You wouldn't rule it out. You literally said you wouldn't rule it out.
Had to take an intervention.
Exactly your words.
By working with our European partners and other countries, we can better manage arrivals, reduce pressure on local services, and ensure that those seeking asylum are treated with fairness and dignity. But cooperation must be more than simply operational. That means tackling the criminal networks that exploit vulnerable people and ensuring that our asylum seeking is efficient and humane. Our communities want clarity. They want to know that the system is working, not just for those who come here in search of safety, but for our local communities as well. And that starts with policies that build on partnership, not posturing. So while I will always bang the drum for safer and stronger border management, I do not want us to turn our backs on those in need or give up on the multicultural Britain we know and love. Britain has long been a place of refuge and opportunity. We heard about the 250,000 Belgians this country gave refuge in the First World War, and then on to the Windrush generation, to the frontline workers who kept our NHS going during the pandemic. Immigrants have always played a vital role in shaping our country for better. We have a legal and a moral responsibility to support those fleeing persecution. That means building an asylum system that is fair, efficient and humane, and one that doesn't leave people waiting in limbo for years. And at the same time, we must be firm where it matters. If someone comes to this country and breaks our laws, they should be removed. That is not about prejudice. It is about protecting the integrity of our system and the safety of our communities. That is something that those who come here legally and contribute greatly wholeheartedly support. Fairness matters to us all. So that balanced approach must guide us. We need to move away from the use of hotels, which were never designed for long-term accommodation. We must continue the work of clearing the backlog so that the decisions are made swiftly and fairly. And we must deepen our partnerships with international allies to address the drivers of migration at the source that affect all countries. And with that in mind, I would ask the Minister, how and when can local authorities be notified that their hotels in their area are being returned to public use? And what support will be provided to ensure a smooth transition for both our local communities and all of those applying for asylum? Thank you.
Thank you, Sir John, and I must congratulate the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hythe on an excellent, compelling and evidence-based opening speech for this debate, and I must declare my membership of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Refugees alongside the Honourable Member. The petitions that we're debating today call for three main things: for asylum hotels to be shut immediately, for people in hotels to be deported, and for all support, including food, shelter and medical assistance, to be denied. Chair, migration is a basic human thing to do. People move. Our earliest ancestors did it, and most of us have moved at some point during our lives, often in search of work or a better life or for love. Most of us, though, are lucky enough not to have had to flee for our lives, like many of those in asylum hotels have done. Whether you've travelled from Leicester to London or from Afghanistan to Aberdeen, moving is a part of life. Refugees, a small proportion of total migration into this country, are forced to move. And the chance for them to seek asylum is a lifeline at the heart of British values and democracy. Asylum hotels work for no one. The government wants to end their use as they're hugely expensive. They're also completely unsuitable for the men, women and children who've endured and fled unimaginable trauma. But hotels are being used in the immediate term because the last government deliberately created a massive backlog of destitute people when they stopped assessing asylum claims. Successive governments, sadly including this one, have sought to make life needlessly difficult for people seeking sanctuary. Hotel accommodation for destitute asylum seekers is given on a no-choice basis. Rooms in hotels are often shared, cramped, have nowhere to cook, no privacy, and often leave vulnerable people isolated and depressed. Asylum seekers have no recourse to public funds, meaning they are not eligible for mainstream benefits and in most cases are banned from working. They are trapped by a malfunctioning Home Office, a bloated institution that should be broken up, as recommended in the report I commissioned a few months ago called No Way Home. Turning to the proposal to deport those seeking asylum, this is immoral. We have provided sanctuary for decades under international conventions because protecting people from torture and death reflect core British values of generosity, compassion and care, values that our grandparents fought and died for in World War II. values that are upheld every day in my constituency of Bristol Central, where we are proud to be a city of sanctuary, where our wonderful schools welcome everyone as equal and valued members of their school communities, and where the Bristol Refugee Festival and amazing organisations like the Bristol Hospitality Network, Movable Feast, Aid Box Community and the Dovetail Orchestra, to name just but a few, work to connect, share and celebrate together. Far-right groups don't like it, but Bristol stands firmly for dignity, inclusion and hope. Chair, the real problem is inequality, not immigration. In billionaire Britain, 4.5 million children are growing up in poverty. Meanwhile, the top 50 richest families in the UK now hold more wealth than the poorest half of the population, over 34 million people. There are now over 172,000 children living in temporary accommodation, whilst wealth from property and inheritance has soared. It is patently not destitute people who have fled for their lives, who are now stuffed into inappropriate accommodation and forced to live on £9.95 a week, who are to blame for any of that. We need fairer taxation. We need wealth taxes so that those with the broadest shoulders can pay their fair share. And we need a plan to make migration actually work for all of us. So I urge the government to act on the Refugee Council's proposal, which would allow ministers to close asylum hotels within a year. They recommend a one-off scheme to give time-limited permission to stay, subject to suitably rigorous security checks, to people from countries who are almost certain to be recognised as refugees. The system should also provide safe and legal routes for people to seek sanctuary so that they're not pushed into the hands of people smugglers. And we must end the ban on asylum seekers working. Let them contribute. These are the real ways to undermine the black economy and create integrated communities. Ending the scandal of poverty and inequality is critical, starting, please, with scrapping the awful two-child benefit cap and taxing billionaires properly. It's time to share out the great wealth we have in this country to provide reliable and accessible public services run for the public good that we all can benefit from. We must reject this politics of division and hate and make hope normal again. Thank you, Chair.
You understand. Thank you, Sir John. My contribution will be exclusively on the asylum system and the impact my community has seen. Falkirk has been a host community for asylum seekers over the last few years, from those I've met from Ukraine, the Middle East, the Horn of Africa, many people who have fled from war and persecution across the globe. And as many members have said, we do not have a system that works for Falkirk or those who are hosted here. The community I represent is suffering from a legacy of unfit hotel accommodation. Since 2021, the Claddon Hotel in Falkirk has been used by the Home Office. Those housed there have been helped by excellent community groups and charities who have commendably hosted initiatives to help with integration successfully. Those I've met claiming asylum simply want to peacefully live their lives while contributing to the community, and despite the restrictions they do, but for too long have languished for sometimes years on waiting lists. But I won't ignore that concerns in my community have been heightened since a vile crime was committed in October 2023 by Sadiq Nickzad, many of whom in my community were unaware of the use of the Claddon Hotel. Mr Nickzad raped a 15-year-old girl. It was a revolting crime. He also shamefully defended himself in court by trying but failing to mitigate his crime on the basis that he did not understand cultural differences. That was wrong. Anyone who was disgusted by his crime or his defence was not wrong. Everybody I have met in my community of every and all culture was disgusted at his crime. The Government have since acted through the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill through Clause 48, which disapplies refugee protections from those who have committed serious crimes such as this. Saying that, Mr Nickzad is not representative of those fleeing persecution who live in my community, similar to the criminals who are currently incarcerated for similar serious sexual offences from Falkirk are not representative of the people from Falkirk. I would also say the violence and intimidation we've seen rise in the Falkirk community is wrong. A brick recently thrown through the cladding window with disregard and without care for the human lives inside is not an action of anybody I've met who's positively contributing to the community, many of whom have expressed their legitimate concerns about the asylum system to me. Banners seen at protests encouraging people to kill them all and let God sort them out are wrong and contrary to our community's values. It is up, as I think my honourable member from Uxbridge and South Ruislip, who's no longer in his place, very aptly said, it's up to us as politicians to focus on solutions to the issues our constituents identify, not to use our platform to inflame, misinform or omit. Community fury was recently directed at a new hotel development that it turns out was not and would never be permitted as asylum accommodation, a fact that many in the community could have chosen to publicise, and I chose to work with the company to publicise, but chose instead to fuel speculation. Asylum hotels will only close in this country when processing speeds up to meet the significant demand and backlogs that built up over nearly half a decade now of substantially high irregular migration. Processing had effectively stopped under the previous government as they opted for the unworkable Rwanda scheme and told my community that they were building a temporary asylum hotel in our community when they were actually using it to manage their backlog and abandon people in the system in our communities for years instead of improving the processing. The drop of the target to reach decisions within 6 months has preceded a saga of many people I've met being left for years in communities just waiting on an initial decision. In stark contrast to the opposition's programme when they were in government, this government has intervened on processing the number of asylum seekers and it has fallen. The Refugee Council calculated at the start of the year that thanks to this government's interventions that there are 59,000 people less in the system at the start of 2025 than had the system been left as is under the previous government. Processing in Q2 2025 was 116% higher for initial decisions than it was in Q2 2024. The bill to the taxpayer that's been discussed today has also decreased. The cost of hotels is £5.77 million per day, still substantially too high, but compared to last year it is down from £8.3 million per day. This government will be the one that ends asylum hotels, and they will do so through a sustainable system of processing. However, we must provide greater transparency on when this will lead to asylum hotels being closed in specific communities, and I will ask a question for the Minister to address in summing up. I would say getting rid of my constituents' human rights as well under the European Convention of Human Rights won't work either, as would undermine, as many members have said, the vital international agreements that we need to rebuild a coherent asylum system which is not working at the moment. We need a system that works so that we can properly fulfil our legal and moral obligation to those who come to this country fleeing war and persecution and is fulfilled in an appropriate way with the consent and support of host communities, which has not happened in Falkirk. The Minister will be aware that Falkirk Council and I are corresponding extensively with them regarding the concerns that are rising in our community. We've been raising concerns from the community that were also raised through a public engagement forum that myself, Falkirk Council and Police Scotland Forth Valley hosted on the 19th of September. So in the Minister's response, I would appreciate if you could address the following points. How the ongoing programme of asylum hotel closures will be timetabled equitably across each of the regions and nations of the United Kingdom. What work they are doing to resource community cohesion efforts alongside local authorities. How effectively the Home Office Public Protection Team and the Local Authority Asylum Liaison Officers are performing and what requirements they are given to liaise with local authorities. Whether consideration has been given to support local authorities in meeting broader housing need, which is still being unmet for far too many of my constituents during Scotland's housing crisis. And if any break clauses in contracts with operators are not taken up by the Home Office, what obligations will the Home Office put on these providers to compel that they engage with local communities that was not done under the previous government and is the stem of many of the issues we now see in Falkirk and across the country? Thank you very much, Sir John.
Under your chairship, I congratulate the Honourable Member for Fox and Hyde for leading on this important debate. I begin by declaring interest. A previous donor to my election campaign has an interest in Stay Belvedere Hotels, a subcontractor of Clear Springs, one of the 3 principal providers of asylum accommodation under the Home Office contract. I'm also a member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, which recently completed an inquiry into asylum accommodation and will be issuing its report later this month. Whilst I will not be speaking in my capacity as a member of that committee, nor revealing conclusions from the forthcoming report, I will, during my speech, make reference to evidence given to the committee in open session, which is already in the public domain. As we have heard, the British taxpayer is wasting obscene amounts of money on the provision of asylum accommodation, not through generosity, but due to the incompetence and cynicism of the previous Conservative government and the failure of the current Labour administration, I'm afraid, to address those deficiencies. Under the Tories, the processing of applications was deliberately delayed as they sought to make political capital from their flawed Rwanda scheme. According to the latest figures, nearly 90,000 applications are currently outstanding in respect of 110,000 people, with 60% having waited over 6 months and a third over a year. This represents a huge waste of public money, which is why my party is calling for the establishment of Nightingale processing centres to clear the backlog within a year, paid for by an immediate and dramatic reduction in accommodation costs, which are far too high, particularly in respect of hotels. But why are hotel costs so high? As I've seen, it is not as if the accommodation is luxurious, with 2 or 3 to a room in hotels that have turned into overcrowded hostels. The reason why the costs are so high is because the Conservative government agreed contracts which gave the 3 principal providers of asylum accommodation huge incentives to house applicants in hotels. The profit clawback clause in the contract was based on a fixed percentage of the cost of the accommodation provided. As the base cost of a hotel accommodation is up to 8 times more expensive than other accommodation, the providers could make up to 8 times the profit before the clause kicked in. The private providers consequently had a huge disincentive from moving applicants out of hotels after the pandemic had ended, which is why over 30,000 are still in hotels. Whilst, despite what the government is saying in the media, those numbers are again on the rise, with the latest figures showing an 8% increase in the number of applicants housed in hotels in the last 12 months. The flawed accommodation contract is the reason why Clearspring's profits rose from £6,000 per employee in 2020 to a staggering £300,000 per employee in 2024. Yet, when I asked about the profit clawback clause during a select committee evidence session, it was clear neither the minister, not this minister I hasten to add, but your predecessor, nor her senior officials even knew how the profit clawback clause worked, or showed any appetite to renegotiate the provision, or any great enthusiasm for exiting the contracts, despite a break clause that becomes operative from next year. In addition to the hugely inflated cost of providing accommodation, asylum seekers are also an excessive drain on the public purse because, unlike in other countries, those awaiting a decision in the UK are banned from working for at least a year. In contrast, Canada allows applicants to begin working immediately, and Germany after 3 months, with the UK standing as an absolute outlier in taking such a restrictive approach, despite evidence showing early work boosts integration and the economy, reduces dependency, restores dignity and saves taxpayers money. The UK's current position is indefensible, which is why the Lib Dems have joined with many groups in civil society in calling for an end to the ban. The asylum system is failing both those seeking refuge and the public who fund it. Endless delays, costly hotel placements and flawed contracts provide neither justice nor value for money. We need faster processing, an end to the ban, and an accommodation system that does not allow the private sector to make obscene profits. Finally, can I remind honourable members the issue of undocumented migrants only became an issue with the advent of Brexit. Under the Dublin Accord, would-be applicants could be returned to their first point of entry into the EU. And in answer to the Tories' point they kept making this afternoon, in answer to that point, it acted as a huge disincentive to crossing the Channel. Whilst the member for Clacton fathered Brexit, and his friends in the Conservative Party delivered it, Labour sadly chose to be its nursemaid when they vowed to make Brexit work. I see today from reports from across the Atlantic, the Chancellor is finally realising that might not be possible. I would finally add, when I asked the UK Border Security Commander at the Select Committee last week if he could give just one example of how Brexit had helped us secure our borders, he, as you can see on TikTok, was unable to do so. That's why the only way to properly secure our borders is to re-engage with Europe. Thank you.
Ms Murray.
Thank you, Sir John. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship. And I draw the Chamber's attention to my declaration of interest and the support that my office receives from RAMP. This is a really important debate, and I congratulate the member for Folkestone and Hythe for his eloquent introduction to this difficult issue. As the previous speaker, the member for Wimbledon, has just alluded, the Home Affairs Select Committee has been undertaking an inquiry into asylum accommodation, and our report is coming out on Monday. I will be speaking as well in a personal capacity, but there may be some overlap in some of our conclusions. One of the things that was patently clear to us as we undertook a 15-month inquiry into asylum accommodation is that it has been a complete disaster. It has been disastrous for local communities where asylum seekers are being housed and for the local authorities trying to provide services. It has been actually disastrous for asylum seekers. We found numerous evidence of safeguarding issues. And it has been disastrous for the public purse. This has cost an unbelievable amount of money for such terrible externalities that it has created. So I want in my comments here to ask, how did we end up in this situation? Asylum is not a new concept. The UK has faced asylum challenges for decades. But up until 6 years ago, we never had asylum hotels. And it's clear to me from my 10 years working on asylum issues before I came to this House, from the last 15 months on the Home Affairs Committee, the answer is follow the money. The smoking gun in this scenario is the asylum contracts that the Conservative government signed in 2019, where they handed over all responsibility and all discretion to 3 private providers. This has cost £7 billion of taxpayer money, of which hundreds of millions has gone in profits. Yet there is no effective oversight of these contracts by the Home Office. There is no holding account for failure. There is no grip on spiralling costs. There is poor management of where public money has been spent. And as the member for Wimbledon says, there has been poor use of clawback clauses. Now, the providers would argue that they have never breached the profit share that the Conservatives baked into the contracts at 7%. But clearly, as costs spiralled following the pandemic and following the disastrous Rwanda scheme, they had every incentive to move people into and keep them in hotels. A clear financial incentive that, as it grew, the Conservative government put in place nothing to stop that runaway train. One of their owners even entered the Sunday Times rich list. And this weekend, the Times covered reports of a property owner bragging on TikTok from Dubai on how easy it is to get rich by leasing his properties to Mears, Clear Springs and Serco. And we have seen real scandals in the Clear Springs subprime supply chain too, which I have to say we still need to see more transparency over. It is my clear view that the asylum accommodation contract is a public procurement failure of the highest order. These were signed in 2019 by the Conservative government, and they are fully their responsibility. The scandal is why they did not do anything to derail this train as they could see it coming. And actually, to my mind, the worst part is that for that £7 billion the taxpayer spent, we actually have nothing to show for it. It has gone on receipts for hotels, it has gone in profits to private providers. We have no buildings, we have no new social housing, we have nothing the public can say, well, at least we got this as we accommodated asylum seekers. I don't know about other honourable members, but if you gave me my share of that money from my city of Edinburgh and said, can you look after asylum seekers and invest in your housing stock, the things we could have done with that money had we been able to get a grip on public spending more effectively. Now, the Conservatives locked the country into these asylum contracts in 2019. It's a crowded field, but I do think this is one of their most appalling legacies. But next year, as has been alluded to, is the break clause, where the government has the opportunity to substantially rewrite or indeed break these asylum contracts at no penalty. Therefore, my questions to the Minister are, what is the Home Office's assessment of how these contracts have been handled so far? What is his view of how Home Office officials have managed the contracts and their capacity to get a grip on them? And is he looking at the break clause and thinking about whether or not he should use it? I know it may sound a bit technical and dry on such an emotive issue to be focusing on contracts, procurements and supply chains, but I have always believed that the role of government is to drill down into the nuts and bolts, deal with manifest failures and make the system work. That is what I think these petitioners are asking us to do. Not posture, not grandstand, not use inflammatory rhetoric, but actually solve the problem. I would argue we can do that by getting a grip on these asylum contracts. Thank you.
We now move to the wind-ups. We have plenty of time. Not that that's invitation for speeches at undue length. So let's keep it poignant but pithy. Okay. With that, in that spirit, Liberal Democrat spokesman Will Forster.
Thank you, Sir John. It is clear that both these petitions from both these petitions that people across the country are angry and frustrated about the state of our asylum system. The Liberal Democrats and I understand why people have signed these petitions. The petitioners have seen a situation that has been badly mishandled for years, and they are quite right, in my opinion, to call it out. We should not have 30,000 people in asylum hotels, nor should we have a backlog of 90,000 asylum cases. And we certainly shouldn't be spending £6 million every single day on asylum accommodation. Despite the chaos in the asylum system, we know immigration brings huge benefits to this country. Contrary to what we have heard from some on my right today, you are more likely in the NHS to be treated by an immigrant than you are to be behind one in the queue for treatment. We should recognise the value refugees have given to our country. In my constituency of Woking, more than 500 refugees have settled locally in the last 10 years, whether that be from Afghanistan, from Syria or Ukraine. Among them was the Sharif family, who resettled in Woking in 2021 after the Taliban took control of Afghanistan. The father now works as a BBC journalist and translates world news into regional audiences. That former asylum seeker is playing his part in expanding this country's soft power and countering the fake news and information from our rivals in Russia and China and others. Their children are doing amazingly well and excelling at education. The oldest daughter, Asylum, is secured a 2-year scholarship to study in sixth form, many that most in this chamber wouldn't have been bright enough to get into, I'm afraid. And their youngest daughter, Marwan, is such an amazing art student that she has had her paintings displayed at Woking Railway Station. That family alone highlights the value of refugees, and it highlights the value of us supporting them. It has helped that family and helped my constituency and our country. I'm proud of the role refugees are playing in Woking, but the system is still a mess. Why did it get like that? It got like that because the Conservatives lost control of our borders. The Conservatives deliberately slowed the process of claims, saying that it would act as a deterrent. It failed. After Brexit, both channel crossings and immigration went up, not down. Their failure has cost taxpayers billions of pounds and increased community tensions. They spent over £700 million on Rwanda, and that only sent a few refugees there. In the last financial year, the Home Office spent around £4 billion on asylum support, including more than £2 billion on hotel accommodation. According to the National Audit Office, hotels accounted for more than 3/4 of the total cost of asylum accommodation, while housing only 1/3 of asylum seekers. Hotel use has been appalling value for money. Under the Conservative government, the private sector started to make a fortune out of the contracts to protect our border, whilst clearly not delivering. I'm aware colleagues have talked about hotel profits, so I'll try to move away from that. But according to the Refugee Council, at its height in 2022, the trade in people smuggling was worth around £230 million to the smugglers themselves. Yet just one contract for border security that lasted 2 years was worth £1 billion. We as a country have spent an inordinate amount of money disproportionate to what the smugglers are making. The 10th most expensive contract, just the 10th, was worth over £65 million. That industry is leeching off our country, and some people are going after asylum seekers and refugees, not criticising those businesses. We have effectively privatised protecting our borders. These companies are making a shed load and not solving the problem. It is actually in their best interest for these companies not to solve the problem and still take taxpayers' money. But it's not just the Conservatives who are responsible for the dire state of this crisis. To the members for Boston and Runcorn, and above all Clacton, that your politics is at fault for causing this problem. We no longer have the Dublin rules under the European Union after Brexit, so we can no longer automatically send back people to Europe. The Migration Observatory of the University of Oxford has called this the Brexit effect. Asylum seekers are trying to reach the UK because they know they can't be returned. As a result, small boat crossings have gone up significantly after the post-Brexit deal. Whilst reform are causing problems and blaming everyone else, we Liberal Democrats actually have an antidote to this problem, and we will happily vaccinate the country against the populism that reform are spouting. Turning to Labour, the government need to go further and faster to reduce channel crossings and cut the cost of asylum hotels. Earlier this year, they had that opportunity to reduce the bill. I proposed an amendment to the border bill to lift the ban on asylum seekers working. To talk to many of our constituents, they would be frustrated that we are spending so much money on asylum hotels, yet we are banning asylum seekers from working. We must be honest about the right to work. Allowing asylum seekers to work after 3 months would reduce the burden on taxpayers and help people build a stake in their new society. Instead of being trapped in limbo and relying on government support, they could be contributing to our local economy. It is common sense to let people build their own lives, not rely on a state, let alone a new state, to offer accommodation and measly benefits. If this had gone through, if it had been voted for by Labour, the Conservatives and Reform, we would have lowered the burden on the taxpayer. Reform say they want to solve the problem, but have thrown their lot in with the political establishment and voted against this proposal. In Australia, most asylum seekers have the right to work straight away, even though it is temporary. In Canada, they can apply for a work permit while their asylum application is processed. The US allows asylum seekers to work after 6 months. From June next year, the EU will require member states to let asylum seekers work after 9 months. Some go further. Sweden allows them to work straight away. With our 1-year restriction, we are out of kilter with the rest of the world. I know the Minister wasn't in his position when we debated the border bill, but will he reconsider this ban, now he's in post, or at least reduce the length so it is more comparable to other countries? This problem can be tackled, and the Liberal Democrats have set out a clear 5-point plan to fix this broken system. I want to pay tribute to my colleagues from Westmoreland, Horsham, Honiton, Wokingham and Wimbledon for speaking today, as they've highlighted some of that individually. First, we would lead the global action to stop the smuggling and trafficking gangs that profit from human misery. This is an international problem and needs international cooperation, and Britain should be leading that effort once again. Second, we would process applications swiftly and deport those with no right to stay. The best deterrent to dangerous crossings is an efficient and a fair system that makes quick decisions and enforces them properly. Third, we would crack down on modern slavery here in the UK. Trafficking gangs bring people here to exploit them with forced labour. We must get the Fair Work Agency up and running and bring those responsible to justice. Fourth, we would invest to support refugees closer to their home countries. Most people flee conflict, stay near their home. Most want to. But both the Conservatives and Labour have cut our aid budget that helps them do so, and then they are surprised that we have had small boat crossings in such record numbers. Restoring that support, that international aid, would help save lives and reduce those dangerous crossings across Europe in the Mediterranean and closer to home in the English Channel. Finally, we would allow asylum seekers to apply from outside the United Kingdom, whether it's on our embassies or consulates or other initiatives, so that people can travel safely if they're granted protection rather than risking their lives at sea. How successful has the Ukrainian visa scheme been, where we've had almost no Ukrainians make an illegal route, an illegal crossing? We need to have safe, legal routes. This is what a fair deal on asylum and immigration system would look like. It would save taxpayer money, it would restore public confidence, and it would uphold Britain's proud tradition of offering sanctuary from those fleeing persecution. Reform, like many of the private sector companies that I've already highlighted, have a perverse incentive to keep the migration crisis going. They want all attempts to stop the boats to fail so they can continue to profit politically from this crisis. They want migrants to come across so the country stays cross. The remedies they are selling would make the quacks of old blush. That these snake oil salesmen are not to be trusted. To the people of Woking, in my constituency, and others across the country who have signed these petitions, I want to say this. I'm sorry the Conservative mismanagement has broken our system, and that Reform's Brexit tore up the Dublin rules that stopped the Channel crossings in the first place, and that Labour's border bill does not solve the problem. That's why we've come up with a plan. The Liberal Democrats do have an antidote to this crisis.
Minister Katie Lamb.
Thank you very much, Sir John. It is a pleasure to serve with you in the chair this afternoon. Thank you also to the Petitions Committee and to my constituency neighbour, the member for Folkestone and Hythe, the honourable member for Folkestone and Hythe, for presenting these petitions, and to the hundreds of thousands of people who have made their voices heard by signing them. Despite the clear wishes of the British people, successive governments of different parties have failed to control immigration, both legal and illegal. This is a complete scandal and is probably the single biggest reason for the declining trust in our politics. It is a particular scandal that, as an island nation, we have failed to stop people from coming to this country illegally, as my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Spelthorne, rightly said. Since the small boats crisis began in 2018, nearly 200,000 people have come to Britain via this route. In 2025 alone, more than 35,000 people have made that crossing. Upon arrival, more than 95% of those people have claimed asylum. And having done so, they are afforded generous support, including direct cash transfers. Often they are placed in hotels where they can pose a risk to local people, particularly men posing a risk to women and girls. We have already heard about one such horrifying case from the honourable member for Falkirk today, and I'm sorry to say that there are many more. Illegal migrants can stay in the asylum system for years, launching endless appeals. Increasingly, our system is approving asylum claims on the thinnest of grounds. So the incentives are clear. Come to Britain and you will be fed, housed and given full health care and money to spend, all funded by the British taxpayer. If the government were really serious about ending the small boats crisis, they would put a stop to asylum support and close the hotels, as these petitions request. Those who've arrived here illegally would be sent back to their home country, if it is safe for them to go, or to a third country. Those who make the crossing in future should be detained and swiftly removed. Anybody who arrives here illegally must never be able to apply for asylum. Yes, this is a generous country, as many honourable members have said this afternoon, remarkably so. But allowing access to Britain to the tens and tens of thousands of young men who are willing to break our laws by coming here from the safety of France is not generosity. It is unfair, it is unaffordable, it is democratically illegitimate, and it is dangerous. British taxpayers must not foot the bill for a crisis that they have voted to stop, which was created here in Westminster. We can end it, and we must. My honourable friend, the member for Mid Leicestershire, is right to say that Britain deserves better. Many have mentioned that the previous government failed to fix this crisis, and this is true. But we have had a Labour government for well over a year. It is their job to control our borders. Instead of doing any better,
the situation has got worse. Will the Minister commit today to preventing those who arrive here illegally from applying for asylum? And if he won't, will he please explain why not? Will he please commit today to a concrete timeline for the closure of asylum hotels? And will he please commit today to fully tracking, including in the welfare system, the lifetime costs of these asylum claims? Thank you.
Very good. Before I call you, Minister, you will remember to allow a moment or two for the mover just to sum up at the very end. With that, Minister of State for Border Security and Asylum, Alex Norris.
Thank you, Sir John. It's a pleasure to serve with you in the chair, and I assure colleagues I'll leave more than just a moment of the time remaining. But I want to start by thanking the honourable member for Folkestone Hythe for his introduction of this debate. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. It is a very, very difficult job as a member of the Petitions Committee to present a petition in this debate, because you are being asked to speak for, in this case, many hundreds of thousands of people, of which you will share some of the sentiments, you won't share all of them, we will all have our different views and our different takes, and you have to bring their voice into the room, as well as, of course, it's a speech in your name, some of your own and of your constituents, and of your clear personal experience too. I think you did an excellent job in doing so, and it is a very difficult one. I think all of us were struck, not least because it was mirrored in so many contributions, about the points you made about our nation's proud history of providing shelter, and your particularly poignant reference to 1914. And your community, and of course, this is an issue of such interest to the people of Folkestone and Hythe. And I thought too, of our history in this space, and I have seen, as all colleagues have, and as a number of colleagues have referenced, the British public's breathtaking capacity for humanity and for compassion for those who need it. And whether that, of course he talks of 1914, and we could echo that down the decades after, but I think in recent years too, of the Afghan resettlement scheme, the Syrian resettlement scheme, Homes for Ukraine, the support for the BNO scheme as well, the British people stepping up for people who need it. That is the country I know, that's the country that I love. But we know that there is anger, because people see too often that either those people who do not have that same degree of need are testing the system because they think that it is in their interest to do so, or there are those who are seeking to game the system. And that is no doubt that that is pulling at public trust, and all of us, whatever our political persuasions, see and feel that on the doorsteps in our mailbags. It serves nobody to say that we don't, and it serves nobody to suggest that there isn't something that the government of the day needs to address there. This is a challenge of public confidence in our asylum system, but that has been turbocharged in recent years by a particularly disreputable act of stopping of processing, which created a huge backlog, which now means that hotels which were never part of this nation's approach to asylum are now a significant part of it, and we must put a name on that as an original sin. But we know what people are saying to us. They want order, they want fairness, and they want humanity in the system, and that has been lost in recent years, and that's why we see the degree of anger that we see, whether through these petitions or in our mailbags and beyond. I'm going to address directly, Sir John, the petitioners first, and then I'm going to cover the important contributions made by colleagues. So starting with petition 705-383, the suggestion that support for asylum seekers should be stopped. The reality is the act of doing so immediately and overnight would be that for many cases, indeed, I dare say the vast majority of cases, those people, including children and vulnerable people, would end up straight on the street and living on the street. That is not the right way to exit hotel accommodation. The better approach is to continue up the speeding of processing of asylum claims so that those who are genuine refugees can be accepted, those who are not will have their claims rejected and they will be removed, and either way we reduce the amount of money spent on asylum support. I'm proud already that under this government we spend £1 billion less, including £500 million less on hotels, but I know the British public wants us to go further so that money can be invested in the British people's priorities, and rightly so. So that's why we're working so hard to turn around that backlog of tens of thousands that we inherited through reform of each stage of the asylum system. We've doubled decision making as we committed to at the election, so already the backlog is down by some 18%. We're reforming the appeal system entirely Provisions in the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill will introduce a statutory timeframe for supported accommodation cases, halving the disposal time for such appeals and enabling swifter movement out of hotel accommodation. And for those who have no right to be here, swifter departure from the UK. For those individuals whose claims are being considered, we have a statutory obligation to continue to support them to prevent destitution. We have tightened the terms and introduced tougher sanctions for those who refuse suitable accommodation without a valid reason, but we have legal and, I would argue, moral imperatives to not create mass destitution by simply turfing those people out for no support. It is important, a number of colleagues have said this, but this is lost in our public discourse, to recognise that those individuals do not have access to our welfare system. That is a frequent refrain from people who engage with me about that's one of their frustrations, that people come here to use our welfare system. That isn't what's happening. We are meeting our obligations to prevent destitution, but that is it. Turning to petition 718406 with direct relation to hotels. It highlights, indeed, it says explicitly that we as Labour Party made a commitment at the last election to close those hotels, and says that now we have power that we ought to do so. And we will make good on that pledge. We said in our manifesto, we said at that election that within this Parliament we will close those hotels. We're committed to that, and that's what we're doing. We will go at the fastest pace we can do, and that's why we're looking with local partners, and a number of colleagues have raised that, and I'll cover that in a little while, but also looking at a range of sites, such as military sites. My honourable friend from Folkestone and Hythe talks about the work at Napier Barracks, that when done thoughtfully, when done in a planned manner, with the community, with civil society, actually can be a really good model, and we're looking very, very closely at that, and other such disused industrial sites. By processing claims, we're allowing those fleeing persecution to move out of support and rebuild their lives. For those individuals with no right to remain in the UK, we are again taking the actions needed, removing from the UK more than 35,000 people who have no right to be here, including a 28% increase in returns of failed asylum seekers. And we're working, and again this was a matter of interest to colleagues, upstream to disrupt the criminal gangs who profit from this misery and from the danger of small boat crossings, which are a significant factor behind the trends we have seen. And we're doing this significantly by boosting funding to the National Crime Agency, so there's more capacity, and our innovative international agreements, such as that with France, to return those with no rights to be here. So turning to some of the contributions from, I'll start with Conservative colleagues, and it's not a coincidence, I would argue, that there wasn't a member of the Conservative Party from the previous Parliament contributing to that debate. I promise you, the last person to police colleagues' diaries. There's nothing worse than saying, well, there's 5 of ours and there's 8 of yours, and what does that mean? But it's a really important point, because yet, too much, and it was interesting to hear what the opposition spokesperson said, as yet, there's not been that acceptance and that willing to put a name on why we're in the situation we're in, and this rather heroic hope that the British people are supposed to believe that in 14 months they have learnt the lessons and now know how to fix a crisis that they created over 14 years. I would gently put to colleagues that that is a heroic expectation. The Honourable Member for Spelthorne, with characteristic charm, talked about the very important impact that the hotel in his community is having. I cannot give him a date, but what I can say, we will not have that hotel open a day longer than it needs to be. We will have an ordered exit from them. We've made that commitment. He's mentioned challenges getting information from the department. I'm a new minister in my place, and I will always endeavour to do my absolute utmost to get him the information he needs. And that's the same for all colleagues, because we've got a really important role. And you will see it multiple times a week, Sir John, where people, including people in positions of responsibility, less often members of Parliament, but certainly in local government, will feed on those rumours. I've seen this online. What does this mean? And create buzz and a bubble of activity around things that were rumours and had no foundation. So it is better and it is in our interest for colleagues to have the best information possible so we can be the leaders we need to be. And I know colleagues would want to do it in that way. The Honourable Member for Bridgewater asked me about the progress on taking on organised crime. Well, I'm very pleased to tell him that we've made 350 disruptions of people smuggling operations. That's a 40% increase on the last year. We are serious about going after them, and we will leave no stone unturned in the process of doing so. I'll happily give way.
And on that point, if he's been so successful, why is it that the number of boat crossings is up 50% on this time last year? And why is it there are 3,000 more people in asylum hotels than before he came to office?
Yes. I'm grateful for that intervention. He knows as well as I do that these journeys are journeys that take a very long period of time. These indicators are lagging indicators. He knows also that the number of people in hotels currently sits at 32,000. When September 23, it was 56,000. The journey is in the right direction. Of course, there are bobbles along the way, but we will deliver on the commitment that we've made. I'll give well.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Yes, it was 56,000 in 2023, and the last government brought it down to 29,500 in June 2024. So, in fact, the reduction that he mentions was all under the last Conservative government, and it's since gone up by 3,000 since he took office.
Well, I have to say, again, I appreciate the heroism in the honourable gentleman asking for regards and laurels for housing merely 30,000 people in hotels as opposed to 56,000, but I don't think that'll wash. The reality is we will be the ones who end the hotel use. He mentions also deterrent. I know he can't. I know Conservative colleagues can't really believe that a scheme that sent 4 volunteers for £700 million really formed any meaningful deterrent. The reality is we do want to have a deterrent. Returns agreements are good ones. That's why we've novated what we did with France. Indeed, that was something the Shadow Home Secretary was very keen on but unable to deliver, and we did. And that's exactly why we proceeded on that way. The Honourable Member for Mid Leicestershire talked about how dreadful hotels were. He talked about how dreadful housing waiting lists are. He talked about how dreadful homelessness is. He talked about pressure on public services. I tell him he's going to be very angry when he meets the people who did that, but the sadness is they're on his front bench rather than ours. And until and unless the opposition really come to it, because he talked about a future Tory government, and I'd say that it remains a long way off until they become properly to terms with their legacy in this area, across public services, with the economy and beyond. The Honourable Member for Runcorn and Helsby talked about how fed up her constituents were, and that was certainly a point of agreement with me, but perhaps the end of such agreement. And I would say to those who are watching, because there will be very many people who signed this petition, who are watching this debate, who voted reform maybe in the previous county council elections, or thinking about voting reform in the general election, I believe her contribution was exactly the reason why they cannot and should not vote for reform, because she said that she agreed with the petitioners. She said no money to be spent on this cohort of people, and within the next sentence spent tens of billions of pounds with what her solution to the problem was. These are not serious answers. Similarly, she said in her contribution that the past they offered no solutions, and within 10 minutes the former leader, I think he's now the deputy leader of a party, the member for Boston, Skegness, who's not in his place now, contradicted that and said, why couldn't we just go back to how things were 20 years ago? The reality is Reform will argue each end of any argument if they think it gets them political support, and the last thing they want is for the government of the day to solve this problem, and I'm afraid we will disappoint them on that, because we are very much going to do so. Now, colleagues, a number of colleagues, this was one of the major features of the debate, colleagues from Poplar and Limehouse, Aberdeenshire North and Moray East, Clapham and Brixton Hill, Bristol Central, Wimbledon. The Lib Dem spokesperson also said I'd be a good train announcer, I suspect, Sir John, my ability, that would be quite a journey. Talked about the right to work, and I appreciate, again, why there is a degree of enthusiasm for that. You know, with the Labour Party, I believe that work gives you dignity, work gives you purpose, work should always be better off for you. It certainly would be better than being in on welfare should always be the case, or indeed in asylum accommodation in this case. The reality is that this country is an attractive country already. We see that. That's why people take the breathtaking risk, which should never happen, of entering the Channel in a precarious small boat, because this is an attractive country to be in. This would create greater attraction. This would create greater reason to take that risk, and I can't support that. I will give way on that point.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I've previously asked Home Office ministers and staff supporting them if they have any evidence for the claim that allowing asylum seekers to work while waiting for a decision would act as a pull factor, and that evidence was not provided to me. I wonder if the Minister could provide that evidence this afternoon.
Well, the reality is, I mean, counterfactual cases can be challenging, but we actually see this already, because there is well-reported, well-documented and well-evidenced work in the illicit economy that already acts as a significant pull factor. That's why, through our provisions in the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill, we are seeking to make that harder, particularly in the gig economy, because we know already the ability to merely work in an illegal sense is attractive. Imagine what that would be like if actually that was a condoned and supported approach. We do have the backstop. You know, the Lib Dem spokesperson talked about timeliness. We do have the backstop that if someone's claim has been delayed for 12 months out of, and it's not their fault for doing so, then under those circumstances they'll be allowed to work. So there is that backstop. I have to say I would never want that to be used, because we don't want the claims to be lasting that long, but there is at least that degree of backstop. Colleagues made important points around local authorities, colleagues from Folkestone Hythe, Uxbridge and South Ruislip and York Outer, and there is absolutely no doubt that the history of the Home Office under the previous government was treating local authorities as not equal partners, or certainly not even partners at all in this process. The reality is, and colleagues will know that my previous role in government was in the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government, the reality is that local authorities know their communities. They have the most intimate connection to, and therefore should be. And our commitment is better information, better engagement, better work with those local authorities. We have made up to £500 million available as a pilot to do, as colleagues have said, to allow local authorities to think about buying up that stock themselves and keep that. And actually, when the demand's not there in the future, it could be part of tackling ongoing housing challenges, and that's a very important piece of work coming. But I do want to give a bit of caution on that, particularly around dispersed accommodation. Now, dispersed accommodation will always be part of the solution. That's something that all local authorities do to some degree, whether that's people fleeing domestic abuse, whether that's people with substance abuse issues, whether that's people with homelessness issues. Dispersed accommodation is a part of all communities. But as my honourable friend, the member for Hartlepool, says, when certain communities see vast swathes of their streets bought up, it ceases to be dispersed accommodation. So I would urge colleagues to be very cautious about thinking that that alone could be the panacea, and that's why we are looking at bigger sites alongside it, because otherwise we'll merely test the public's confidence on that point as well, and I don't think that is the right way to do. And then the honourable members for Stevenage and Falkirk also talked about local authorities in the context of exit strategies, and again, my commitment is full engagement, full transparency. You know, it will be done in an orderly way, but it may not be done simultaneously, and of course there needs to be confidence built in that process. I can give him that assurance. Honourable colleagues from Wimbledon, Edinburgh East and Musselburgh, who serve, as I used to do, on the Home Affairs Select Committee, have a very important report coming, which I can give them commitment that I will be looking at very, very closely. We are concerned about quality. We are concerned about profiteering in this sector. As they've said, we inherited a 2019 contract. It has a break point at 2026 and comes to its end in 2029. We are looking to get the best value. You know, the work that we're doing with local government, I hope, shows our interest in alternative models. We want to get the very best. I think of the honourable friend, the member for York Outer, and some of those horror stories he talked about. We are very conscious of those. But what I will also say is that we as ministers will not hide behind the criticism of third parties if it's in the delivery of government policy. You know, it is for us to make sure that those providers are operating in the right way, and that when they're not, that those issues are tackled swiftly. And again, that's my commitment. And the honourable member for Honiton and Sidmouth made the point around why is there so much focus on this group, which I want to use as a bridge into a more general point. I mean, first of all, this is important because the public are aghast when they see people entering into the Channel and coming to the country this way. That lose all confidence that the idea of the system is orderly. You have to address that if you're going to build any confidence in the public in the system. And there is a danger, and I'm not particularly referencing the honourable gentleman himself in this, but there is a danger for those colleagues who believe in this system and indeed might want to improve it and make it slightly even more generous than it is, that they ought not defend a broken status quo.
Can I
happily give way.
I think the Minister is either misunderstanding or mischaracterising my intervention in the debate. But can I ask him, could he comment, please, on the potential return hubs for failed asylum seekers?
I'm grateful for that. I certainly would never seek to mischaracterise the honourable gentleman. I can't commit to never misunderstanding him, but I certainly would never mischaracterise him. I understood that he had asked the question of why is there so much focus on this cohort within the wider immigration, within wider migration figures. If I'm wrong, I apologise without reservation. On the point on returns hubs, he will have seen what the Prime Minister said. And that is the position of the government on that matter. But what I would say to colleagues, any system that involves multiple tens of thousands of people entering the channel and making an incredibly dangerous journey, any system that has tens of thousands of people in hotels, any system, frankly, where net migration in this country reaches 900,000, any system where people sit and wait, and I've had those conversations with people who wait and wait and wait for a letter about their future, often people, as we've heard, who've left the most desperate situation, that is a broken system. And of course the government of the day, whether that's in the Borders Bill, whether that's through the Immigration White Paper, of course we're going to seek to tackle those things, and we mustn't defend a status quo that neither works for the British people nor indeed works for the individuals who are reliant on it for sanctuary and safety. So to conclude, Sir John, this has been a robust and very important debate. I hope that those who've signed the petition in considerable numbers will have the chance to see it, will have the chance to know and to have witnessed the fact that Parliament has taken their views very seriously and had a thoughtful and constructive debate on it. This is a hugely important issue also to the government of the day. We've been working overdrive since the general election to fix the chronic problems inherited. We will keep doing so, and along the way we will we'll end the use of those hotels once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to sum up in those few minutes we have left. Tony Vaughan.
Thank you, Sir John. I thank the Minister for his responses, and I thank all honourable members who have taken part in this debate today, which has, I think, been extremely important for everyone who has signed these petitions to see that we are listening and we are considering and we are debating these very, very important issues. I'm not sure I heard anyone dispute the proposition that asylum hotels need to close. They are inappropriate for people seeking asylum, as the member for York Outer said, and the honourable member for Clapham and Brixton Hill. They are extortionate, as we all have heard too, and they contribute to this sense of unfairness in our communities, as the honourable member for Hartlepool and honourable member for Edinburgh East referred to with his example of one of these accommodation providers being in the Sunday Times rich list from public funds. Is utterly unacceptable, the current situation that we have. Neither did I hear, and I'm happy to be corrected, anyone specifically argue that support should be removed from people seeking asylum. But what I did hear is some honourable members arguing against the very principle of an asylum system, the honourable member for Runcorn and the honourable member for Mid-Leicestershire. That is not actually what these two petitioners believe. I've spoken to one of them, and I had quite a detailed briefing note from the other one, and I think they certainly... The way they were talking to me about their concerns about this issue very much chimed with what the honourable member for Hartlepool was saying earlier, that there are concerns here, but they are concerns which I think need to be listened to very carefully, because it's ultimately about the communities that they live in. And they do have the compassion to accept that we should grant sanctuary to those fleeing persecution. And I genuinely think that that is where the vast majority of British people are on this issue. The issue, of course, is how we have compassion and how we have control in our asylum system. And as the Minister says, Labour is getting on with the job of closing hotels, of speeding up decision making, of removing those who have no right to be here. And I fully accept that there are challenges here, but it does not lie in the mouth of the Conservative Party to criticise the measures that are being taken by this government to clear up the mess that they helped to create. With Brexit losing our returns agreement with the EU, which I accept was an underutilised agreement, but nevertheless it was an agreement. With pausing asylum decisions, massively increasing the application backlog, the pressure on the asylum and accommodation system massively then increasing. And this idea that we can just junk our international obligations and deport everyone if we withdrew from those treaties is just complete fantasy. As I said earlier, we need, in my view, the ECHR to solve the irregular migration issue. The UK-France deal wouldn't have been signed unless we had been in the Convention. Having the credibility to work with our international partners like Bulgaria, Germany and France on these upstream issues. And we would jeopardise peace in Northern Ireland without those measures. The truth, Sir John, is that the common law has set its face against torture for centuries. And so the idea that without the Refugee Convention and the ECHR we'll be free to send a person back to torture is, I'm afraid, a legal nonsense, is morally repugnant and would make the UK an international pariah. It would also run contrary to our British values of fairness and decency. We do need to consider innovative solutions to address the asylum support and accommodation challenges, increasing asylum decision-making capacity, providing early access to legal aid and identifying claims as early as possible, deciding appeals more quickly, expanding our housing stock, all of the applying the break clause to accommodation contracts. All of these things we have to do, and we have to do more quickly. I support the government's approach which the Minister set out, and I know that he knows better than anyone that winning back public confidence in our asylum system is absolutely essential, and I wish him luck in that.
The question is that this House has considered E-petitions 705-383 and 718-406 relating to support and accommodation for asylum seekers. Has made that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order. Sitting stands adjourned.